Chapter 572. When Chu Tian returned to Miracle City, the young miss looked very tired. She had been gathering information without rest these past few days, and even with the help of Miracle Commerce's powerful AI system, it was still a very tiring matter. The information you've gathered is very important, so I've sent most of Miracle Commerce's scouts to investigate. Now, it has been confirmed that the sea race is involved in this battle. The young miss looked at Chu Tian and gave a soft sigh. There are large amounts of sea race soldiers secretly invading the forest from the Western Sea. Because they have chosen the water, and because they are very secretive, the forest powers haven't noticed them even until now. The sea race was a large problem. No one knew just how strong the sea race was. But now that they knew that the sea race was a key part of the plan, it would be hard for a sneak attack to succeed when the forest powers were on guard. Why would the forest races fear fighting the sea race in the forest? But there was no need to fight in this kind of battle. The sea race lived in different areas from the forest races, so there was no direct conflict between them. There was no other choice. He could only go to the Western Sea. Chu Tian didn't know what method Alexis used to convince West Sea City, but he believed that what Alexis could give them, Miracle Commerce, and the Forest Alliance could do the same, even giving them a better chance to cooperate. How long can the Great Zhou situation last? Because the Blood Eagle King has been injured by you, I'm afraid he won't be able to immediately adjust his army to attack. The rumors we spread have also obtained initial results. Right now, the Eagle Emperor is already suspicious of the Blood Eagle King, but this situation won't last for long. 10 days? That's enough. Chu Tian left the city lord's castle to prepare to leave. When he was about to leave after packing his luggage, he suddenly felt something. He turned around and said, "Don't be so sneaky. Is there something you can't say inside?" "Humph, what kind of attitude is this?" Meng Yingying angrily jumped in. She was wearing a well-tailored elven-style short skirt. Her pair of snow-white slender legs were very dazzling. Her white and tender cheeks, with a hint of blush, made people feel that she was very cute and wanted to take a bite out of her. "I heard you're going to West Sea City again. Yingying cares about me this much. This really moves me." Chu Tian walked over and pinched her cheek as he said with a giggle, "You can be assured I've been to places much more dangerous than West Sea City. There won't be any problems." Meng Yingying rolled her eyes at her. Then her large eyes sparkled as she said, "Who's worried about you? I've heard that West Sea City has the most beautiful mermaid clan on the continent. I'm worried for them. Don't go and harm them, otherwise I won't forgive you." Chu Tian immediately revealed a sad expression, so it was just my own wishful thinking. "You see, which girl have I harmed? I didn't expect that I would be so unbearable in your eyes. We've known each other for so long, yet you treat me like this. It hurts my heart." No, I'm just saying." Meng Yingying scratched her head in an embarrassed manner. She walked in front of Chu Tian and held his hand as she said, "I believe in you." "I don't care. The scars have already been left," Chu Tian said without mercy. "Then shouldn't you heal me a bit?" Meng Yingying's face turned red, and she stood on her tiptoes to lightly kiss Chu Tian's lips. "All right, are you satisfied now? You only know how to bully me all day. Do you believe that I won't tell elder sister?" Chu Tian gave 2 loud laughs as he pulled Meng Yingying into his embrace. "This move won't scare me. You're already someone who's going to marry me. What can your elder sister do?" "That's hard to say. I won't separate from elder sister. When the time comes, What did you say? I can't hear. You clearly?" Meng Yingying originally wanted to ask her sister to marry him as well, but when the words came to her mouth, she felt that it would be too easy for this bad guy. She could only stare at him like a landlady asking for a debt. "Last time you said you were going to marry me. Now tell me, how are your preparations? This young Miss Patience is very limited." Chu Tian revealed a gentle smile. "As long as you're willing, I'll immediately hold a large wedding for you that will shake the entire forest." "That's more like it." Meng Yingying revealed a happy smile, like a little girl experiencing love for the first time. She pursed her lips and thought for a few seconds before saying, "It's said that West Sea City is the most beautiful city in the forest of chaos. How about after you take care of West Sea City, we'll—" "No problem. As long as you want it, not to mention West Sea City, any place in the world is fine." After Meng Yingying received Chu Tian's promise, the big stone that had been hanging in her heart was finally put down. She revealed a sweet and joyful smile. "You must keep your promise." After she finished speaking, she nodded again and immediately ran away. Chu Tian saw Meng Yingying's youthful and beautiful back, and his heart felt very warm. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes, he didn't have any emotional experiences. Meng Yingying was not the most outstanding of the women Chu Tian had seen, but she could give Chu Tian the most comfortable feeling, to have this kind of person that he could protect in the future. Perhaps this was a great blessing. Chu Tian always kept his word. Since he promised to hold the wedding in West Sea City, Chu Tian had to obtain West Sea City. Miracle City had a plaza built in the middle of a mountain range. The entire plaza was paved with stone slabs, making it very smooth and clean without any junk at all. There were several large factories around it, with large amounts of Miracle City soldiers guarding it. "Boss, over here." A beautiful woman with red hair and a hot figure was waving at Chu Tian. There was a triangular metal machine behind her. It looked like it was made from a very light and sturdy material, with various runes on the surface. The front was as sharp as a needle, and the back was rectangular, but it was actually a large source energy engine. Without even looking, it was clear that it was a newly invented flying machine. Nangong Yun casually introduced it to Chu Tian. "Our flying machine has already had initial results. Although it isn't big, it already has a very high performance. It uses Miracle Commerce's most advanced engine and source energy array technology, allowing it to reach several times the speed of sound. This already far surpasses the reaction speed of a true spirit expert. Even a heaven domain expert would find it hard to intercept it in the air." "How about it? It's not bad, right?" Chu Tian nodded. "Being able to make this kind of flying machine this quickly, it truly is not bad. This is a test. It doesn't have any weapons, but the standard equipment is a medium-sized source energy cannon for destroyer-heavy rifles and a full-range defensive shield. Whether it is the engine, weapons, or shield, they can all be upgraded with our technology in the future. It will definitely become Miracle Commerce's main aerial force in the future." "Not bad, not bad." Chu Tian expressed his approval of everyone's work. "Then let me personally try it." Nangong Yun introduced the method to operate it to Chu Tian. "There are 2 main ways to operate this fighter plane. The first is to operate it manually or semi-manually, but because the special operating system for the fighter plane hasn't been written yet, and our company has limited manpower, we outsourced it to the elves. Now, we can only use the second method, which is spiritual energy control. This requires a lot of spiritual energy, but I believe in boss abilities. This kind of small matter isn't a problem at all." Chu Tian sat in the cockpit and gave Nangong Yun a no-problem gesture. He then took out a helmet covered in source energy arrays and placed it on his head. When his spiritual energy was released, it instantly covered the entire body of the aircraft, as if he and the aircraft had become one. The source energy array was activated. The engine released a faint blue glow. The triangular fighter plane broke the sound barrier and charged into the sky, disappearing from sight in just a few seconds. Nangong Yun looked into the distance and nodded in satisfaction. This was truly a great masterpiece of miracle commerce, and Chu Tian would take this chance to test it out. After enough tests, Miracle Commerce could mass produce it. There could be 10,000 of these fighter planes. Even if placed on the entire continent, it would be considered a powerful force. Chu Tian sat in the cockpit and used his spiritual energy to control the fighter plane. The fighter plane continued to accelerate in a short period of time, gradually reaching 10 times the speed of sound. This fighter plane was made of very special materials. Even at this high speed, it didn't come into contact with the air, and there were no flames from the friction. The anti-vibration runes on the surface also reduced the noise. Miracle Commerce's research team was becoming stronger and stronger. The small Yun sect that was established in Central State in the past had now become the strongest research organization on the continent. Perhaps there wouldn't be many people on the continent that could compare to them. Chu Tian used his spiritual energy to make various evasive maneuvers. Although he found a few small problems, the overall reaction speed was very fast. In the future battles of the continent, this kind of weapon could definitely dominate the air. As long as there were enough of them, they could deal with any air force. The entire forest kept flashing below him. There were more and more rivers and lakes in Chu Tian's vision. He knew that after several hours of flying, he was getting closer and closer to the Western Sea. The western coast was the westernmost point of the continent. Starting from the western coast, there were many continents and islands scattered across the vast sea, but as a whole, it was covered by the boundless sea. Regarding the sea, people didn't know much. They only knew that the creatures in the sea were not less than those on the ground. They were even older and stronger. The sea also gave birth to large amounts of civilizations. They were like the continent, competing with each other, occupying resources, and even forming empires. In this era, because there were enough resources and land, there was no competition between the sea and land, so naturally there was no contact between them. Therefore, both sides were very unfamiliar with each other. In the next few thousand years, there would be several important battles between the land and sea, causing the land and sea creatures to interact and change the continent's structure. Chapter 573. West Sea City, bordering the Western Sea, being built on the Crystal Bay. West Sea City was built like a crescent moon, facing a giant bay. The sea water was clear without a single impurity, and there were 5 colored corals at the bottom of the sea, shining under the sunlight. Each grain of sand was transparent, like it was made from the purest crystal in the world. West Sea City was 500 meters high, and there were all kinds of buildings like the Crystal Sand Castle, the Conch House, and the Turtle Nest. There were all kinds of strange shapes, giving people a very strong foreign feeling. This was a scene that no one on the continent could see. Although West Sea City was on the edge, it was not isolated because West Sea City had opened several waterways. This allowed merchants from the coastal countries to pass through the sea to West Sea City to do business. Therefore, not only were there the voices of the sea race in West Sea City, there were also many tourists from all over the continent. Of course, these merchants did not have a way to directly enter the Crystal Bay. Around 200 miles away from the Crystal Bay, there was a giant port specially made for foreign ships to dock. Over time, it formed a small town with hundreds of thousands of people, all of which were merchants from other races that stayed here for a long time. Outside the small town in the fisherman's port, there were countless dark golden armored soldiers standing there, like iron nails nailed to the ground. No matter what happened in the outside world, it had nothing to do with them as their eyes stared into the distance. Amidst the sky-shattering waves, a giant armored ship suddenly sailed over. This heavy black gold ship was brimming with an indescribable might. Even though it was moving at a moderate speed, it still gave off an extremely strong, oppressive feeling. This made the other people who were unloading and moving goods around the port all turn aghast. The black gold warship was built on the skeleton of a flood dragon, and one of the flood dragon's heads was hanging on the bow of the ship. Its round eyes were still flashing with killing intent and madness, and the aura it exuded could even cause waves to rise in the surrounding waters. Even looking at it from afar, one would feel a heavy pressure. The Big Dry Empire. This is the Big Dry Empire's ship. The giant metal ship was still several thousand meters away from the port. 20 dark golden-robed martial artists flew out, flying across several thousand meters of water. 3 hammers fell onto the deck, and each person released their aura without holding back. They were all experts in the 9th true spirit layer. If this kind of person was placed in the forest of chaos, even if he wasn't the city lord of a forest city, he would still be the second in command. However, on this giant metal ship, he was only a group of guards responsible for opening the way. The Great Qian Empire was extremely far away. From the terrifying cracks and broken pieces on the surface of the black gold ship, one could tell that it had experienced many fierce battles along the way. A proper human empire would have at least several billion people, with at least 2 digits of heaven domain experts and countless true spirit realm experts. A truly powerful country. All the powers in the Forest of Chaos added together could barely compete with the Big Dry Empire. But with the current situation of the Forest of Chaos, the Big Dry Empire wouldn't place this place in their eyes at all. The giant metal ship slowly reached the port, and 2 servant-like old men came down. Although their clothes were simple and their posture was very humble, their eyes were deep and cold, giving off a domineering aura. The servants were like this. What kind of bearing did their master have? 2 servants and 20 high-level true spirit guards opened the way, and large amounts of rare beasts came out from the large deck. There was a 400-500 cavalry formation with several dragon demon beasts pulling the chariot, swaggering in the direction of West Sea City. The Big Dry Empire's Sage Yuan Shi. The people of the port seemed to recognize the identity of the newcomer. Each and every one of them respectfully knelt on the ground with a humble expression, not daring to look straight at the newcomer. Only one person was an exception. This person was wearing a plain gray robe and wore a straw bag. Although he looked very ordinary, his temperament was extremely outstanding. Every inch of skin that was exposed seemed to be condensed from jade. There was also a cute little white fox standing on his shoulder. The young man looked at the dragon carriage going away and said in a dissatisfied voice, "Damn, what kind of background does this fellow have? He can't be a bit more low-key. Keep your voice down." An old man quickly stood up and stared at him as he said, "Senior Yuan, she is a titled sage of the Big Dry Empire. You dare speak so rudely. Do you not want your life?" Sage. Was a sage that amazing? Father was a titled great sage before. Chu Tian revealed an unyielding expression. The sages of this era were not stronger than a great scholar from tens of thousands of years later. How could Chu Tian place them in his eyes? The sage Yuan Shi gradually left, and the port returned to normal. The captain of the fleet, Old Mo, was very dissatisfied with Chu Tian's performance. Old Mo was a famous merchant in West Sea City, having over 100 ships that were doing business along the coast. They had met this human by chance, and it was said that he had a treasure to sell to her, so they came down. Who would have thought that this fellow would be this arrogant? If he dared to offend a large character like Yuan Shi, it wouldn't be much easier to destroy a small company like him. Chu Tian could only admit his mistakes, saying that he wouldn't do it again. Old Mo was a famous merchant, and the West Sea City's city lord's 500th birthday was tomorrow, so Old Mo had a chance to enter the palace to attend the banquet. Therefore, Chu Tian approached this old man to take this chance to get closer to the West Sea City's city lord. Old Mo looked over Chu Tian and said, "You said you have a treasure on you. Is that true?" "Would I lie to an old senior?" "Please look." Chu Tian revealed a smile and reached into his chest, taking out a jade box. He opened the jade box, and a golden fruit appeared in front of him, releasing a faint immortal spiritual energy aura. Level 3 half immortal grade herb, golden flood dragon immortal fruit. Is this enough? Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. When everyone saw this stalk of immortal herb, all of their eyes burned with passion. Half immortal grade herb. It was actually a half immortal grade herb, and it was level 3. It really wasn't simple. How many merchants here had seen an immortal herb before? This young man that didn't look that old had casually taken one out. How could people not be shocked? Old Mo was the most ecstatic person. He had the qualifications to enter the West Sea City's City Lord's birthday banquet, which was a very glorious and valuable matter. Only, how could he not prepare a generous gift to attend the City Lord's birthday banquet? Old Mo couldn't find a good enough gift for this event. So now that a rare half-immortal grade herb was placed in front of him, how could he not be excited? Old Mo didn't even have time to speak. "Brat, sell this herb to me." A tall and sturdy spirit beast man walked over. "Whatever source stones this old man gives you, I'll give you the same." Old Mo was instantly anxious. "Kuei Gang, this item belongs to me. 1,000 source stones." This spirit beast, named Kuei Gang, had a very rude and unreasonable attitude. He looked at Old Mo as he spoke. "Whoever dares go against me, be careful of your safety in the future." Everyone revealed looks of fear. Old Mo was angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. Kuei Gang was a merchant on the surface, but how could a spirit beast know how to do business? He was just the leader of a pirate group and was infamous in this place. Whoever dared to provoke him wouldn't have any peace in the future. 1,000 source stones. He wanted to buy this precious half-immortal grade herb with 1,000 source stones. This was no different from forcefully taking it. Kuei Gang did not place Chu Tian in his eyes at all. When he saw this fruit was already in his pocket. "Hand it over." Kuei Gang's two subordinates fiercely walked in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian said with a faint smile, "Stealing something from my hands isn't very rational." Humph, a brat that refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. One of them pulled out a knife from his waist and was about to chop off Chu Tian's arm that was holding the jade box. In the end, Chu Tian casually stretched out 2 fingers and lightly clamped down. The blade of the knife was like a pair of iron pincers, unable to move. "You dare bark with just this bit of skill?" Chu Tian's strength and spirit energy moved at the same time, and the blade in his fingers shattered like glass. It was all thrown at the spirit beast, instantly creating several holes in its body. The other spirit beast wanted to run when it saw the situation was bad. Chu Tian slapped back, and his entire face was shattered. He instantly flew several dozen meters and was slapped into the sea, causing his brain and blood to spray out. Kuei Gang's expression fell as he prepared to release his source spirit. Chu Tian gently flicked his finger, and Kuei Gang's chest, flesh, and armor were all shattered by an unknown power. He fell to the ground with a pitiful cry, not having any strength to resist at all. The surrounding merchants all revealed looks of shock. Kuei Gang was still a true spirit cultivator. How could he not even take a single blow? Chu Tian took care of these pieces of trash as easily as crushing ants. It was as if he had done something insignificant. He didn't even look at them as he turned to Elder Mo and said, "Now can we have a proper deal?" Everyone finally understood. This human did not have a problem with his head. He dared to reveal the treasure in front of everyone. This meant that this human had absolute confidence. From his reaction just now, he indeed had the qualifications to have this kind of confidence. Old Mo swallowed his saliva and said, "This price is too high. I'm afraid we'll have to evaluate it before making a decision." Chu Tian shook his head and said, "I can sell it to you at half price. I only have a small request." "Request? What request?" I admire the beautiful mere people of West Sea City. This is a rare chance. I hope you can help me sneak into the West Sea City's City Lord's palace. It was this simple. Naturally, it was this simple. Old Mo was going to West Sea City, so bringing another follower wouldn't attract too much attention. Chapter 574. West Sea City's defenses were much tighter than Chu Tian had imagined. Therefore, he had to find a reasonable reason to approach the West Sea City's city lord. West Sea City was very different from the Blood Eagle King's camp. The main reason Chu Tian dared to appear in the Blood Eagle King's camp was because the Blood Eagle King himself wasn't that strong. Chu Tian had a scroll with him, so he could run away at any time. The West Sea City's city lord's strength was unknown, but according to the Elven King's information, he wouldn't be weaker than the 4 giants. Chu Tian had to be careful when dealing with this level of heaven domain expert. If he wasn't careful, he might fail the transmission. Moreover, the West Sea City's city lord was different from the Blood Eagle King. West Sea City represented a power that not only included the sea, it was also a part of the Forest of Chaos. Once their relationship with West Sea City was strained, the Forest Alliance would have many troubles in the future. Considering all these things, Chu Tian had to be careful. At least he couldn't easily anger the West Sea City's city lord. Chu Tian sold the medicine to Old Mo at a very good price, and Old Mo allowed Chu Tian to temporarily enter his company, bringing him into West Sea City to experience the banquet. However, Old Mo warned him not to cause any trouble in West Sea City, otherwise no one could protect him. Chu Tian, of course, agreed, with a laugh. In the evening, the caravan entered West Sea City. West Sea City's defenses and inspections were very strict, passing through several different kinds of barriers and restrictions. After passing through groups of Sea Race soldiers, they finally arrived at the center of West Sea City. The Western Sea City was a coastal city. The sea folk had constructed all sorts of structures by the sea, and some of them were even built underwater. There were all sorts of residents here. There were sluggish but sturdy turtle race warriors, vicious shark race warriors, and whale race warriors who were at least 10 meters tall. There were also countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In short, there were common sea races that filled the streets of West Sea City. Just like the spirit beasts, the sea races were very similar to the sea creatures, but their overall outline was more like humans. They weren't completely fish or crabs that walked on 2 legs. To be more accurate, the sea races were a combination of sea creatures and humans. West Sea City was worthy of being called the most beautiful city in the Forest of Chaos. Not only was the scenery beautiful here, there was also a unique charm to it. Compared to the extravagance of Dragon City's nouveau riche, this place was more artistic and stylish. Compared to the Eternal Forest's primitive nature, this place was more passionate and unrestrained. Let's spend the night here. An exquisite conch house appeared in front of Chu Tian. Each conch was equivalent to a 3-meter-tall house. The layout was completely in accordance with the habits of the continent's races, so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. The West Sea City's city Lord's banquet would start tomorrow. Chu Tian decided to take a stroll nearby. Do you see that huge turtle shell in front? Old Hiroshi pointed at a several dozen meter tall and several 100-meter long giant turtle not far away and said, "That is West Sea City's most famous giant turtle trading center. The Giant Turtle Commerce is West Sea City's largest company, and we've all dealt with them before. If you're interested, you can take a stroll around the trading center. If your luck is good enough, you might be able to find some treasures." Interesting. Chu Tian directly went to the Giant Turtle Trading Center. The Giant Turtle Trading Center was a bit bigger than he imagined, but it looked a bit messy. This was because the Giant Turtle Trading Center was divided into 2 parts. One part was the Giant Turtle Commerce's intermediary, and the other part was the open market. A trading intermediary referred to people who consigned goods to be sold, while a free exchange was completely open to outsiders, allowing them to set up stalls and trade freely. The products on the giant turtle trading center were all deep-sea resources. This was something that couldn't be found in the forest or inland, so absorbing West Sea City into the alliance had a very important meaning for miracle commerce. The little fox felt something and raised its nose to sniff. It immediately pointed in a direction for Chu Tian, indicating that there was something good there. "What did you find?" The little fox ran in front of a stall, and the stall owner seemed to be a simple and honest turtle race person. The turtle race was tall and sturdy, with short limbs. Their facial features and faces were similar to humans, but their bodies were covered in a natural hard shell. This hard shell was a part of the turtle race's body and was as important as a human skeleton. It would become more and more solid as it matured, being able to absorb and resist most attacks. The Turtle Clan's stall displayed a few miscellaneous items that had been fished out from the deep sea. Other than a few grotesquely shaped corals, there were some old items. There did not seem to be anything eye-catching, but the little fox could smell an unusual scent from one of the items. It was an extremely simple-looking bead. Chu Tian casually picked up the bead and scanned it with his divine sense a few times, finding some clues. This should be the inner core of an ancient demonic beast. Demonic beasts and demon beasts were completely different concepts, so a demonic beast's inner core had a very high value. From the aura of this inner core, it shouldn't be weaker than the void beast Chu Tian killed in the Purgatory World's spatial crack. Of course, its surface was petrified because it had been here for too long. If one's divine sense was low, naturally they wouldn't be able to find its true value. Chu Tian gave a gentle cough and asked in human language, "How much is this stone?" The Turtle Clan member had a blank look, clearly not understanding human language. He didn't explain and took out several dozen source stones. The Turtle Clan member shook his head when he saw this. Chu Tian added a few more, but the Turtle Clan member still shook his head. The two of them used this method to haggle over the price bit by bit. When Chu Tian added 200 source stones, the Turtle Clan member finally revealed a satisfied expression. When the two sides were about to hand over the money, there was a very magnetic and pleasant female voice that came from behind them. "Slow down. I want this demonic beast's inner core." Chu Tian was instantly enraged. "Fuck, who's messing up father's matters?" A very tall woman walked over. She was over 1 meter 75 centimeters tall and had a wonderful figure. She was plump and alluring, with snow-white skin and a head of long golden hair that slightly waved down her back. Whether it was her temperament or appearance, they were all perfect. The most alluring part was her pair of long legs. This woman had a pair of crystal white legs that were like a work of art. Her figure was elegant, not too fat or too skinny. With her height, she gave off a high and mighty feeling. This woman was definitely a rare beauty in this world. "Who are you?" Chu Tian had seen many beautiful women, so he didn't lose his composure. "First come, first served. Do you understand? I've already bought this stone." The golden-haired beauty revealed a look of disdain. She ignored Chu Tian and directly said, "This is a 10,000-year deep-sea 8-clawed demon's inner core. It has a very high value and is very important to me. I'll pay 50,000 source stones. Sell it to me." "What? 50,000? The Turtle Clan member almost thought he had heard wrong. The golden-haired beauty continued to say, "Some sly fish think they can take advantage of this. Don't be fooled by them." Chu Tian's temper instantly erupted. This woman dared to look down on him? When it came to money, would father lose to her? He said without even thinking, "You're paying 50,000 source stones? All right, I'll add 10,000. Sell it to me. Chu Tian took out 6 heavy bags of source stones from his storage space. The golden-haired beauty was also shocked. The Turtle Clan member felt like he had been hit by a hammer. This simple dressed human actually opened his mouth and wanted to add 10,000 source stones. For a normal cultivator, 10,000 source stones was enough for them to live a life without worrying about food. Chu Tian blinked his eyes. Can we trade now? Wait, isn't it just 60,000 source stones? The golden-haired beauty knit her brows. She took out 7 bags and placed them on the ground. I'll pay 70,000 source stones. Chu Tian took out another bag without even thinking. 80,000. The golden-haired beauty was already a bit angry. She fiercely glared at him. 90,000 source stones. 100,000. 110,000. 120,000. The two of them began to shout out their bids, gradually surpassing the inner core's price. But Chu Tian didn't care at all and didn't give in at all. He had money, so he dared to compete with me? He was simply seeking death. The golden-haired beauty's face became paler and paler. She wasn't stupid. She could see that this damn human was very rich. These 10,000 source stones didn't seem like much to him at all. The golden-haired beauty suppressed her urge to explode. She took out another bag of source stones and placed it on the ground. Her body was already trembling slightly. 150,000 source stones. This price had already been raised by 3 times. Although the inner core was very precious, it still had to be divided into different types. Void beasts were rare spatial attributed demonic beasts. It wouldn't be strange for their inner core to be sold for 1 or 2 million. This inner core was only a water attributed demonic beast, and its effects were already weakened, so this price was already very high. A trivial 150,000? Chu Tian reached into his storage bag with a look of disdain, but he was suddenly stunned. It's gone? Chu Tian remembered that he had brought 150,000 source stones with him. This was not a small amount for any person or force. He never thought that there would be a time when he didn't have enough. It just had to be gone at this time. The golden-haired beauty seemed to see Chu Tian's embarrassment and immediately said, "If you can't take it out, then don't embarrass yourself. Quickly scram." "I can't take it out." Chu Tian couldn't tolerate being looked down upon by a woman. "Just you wait. Give me a day, and I'll bring the source stones back." "Who's wasting time with you?" The golden-haired beauty gave a snort. "Just say it. Are you selling or not?" The Turtle Clan had already been knocked unconscious by the source stones, so it didn't matter to him how much it was. He just wanted to take the source stones and quickly run away, so he quickly completed the transaction with the golden-haired beauty. The golden-haired beauty looked at Chu Tian with disdain before turning to leave with a snort. He had lost to a woman. This was simply a great shame to Chu Tian. But what was this woman's background? She looked a bit like a human from the outside, but Chu Tian could feel an unusual aura coming from her, so she shouldn't be a human. A person that could casually take out 150,000 source stones. She definitely wasn't a simple character. Chu Tian had suffered a loss like this, so he didn't have any interest in strolling around. He could only go back to the Conch Hotel and sleep, waiting to see the West Sea City's City Lord tomorrow. Chapter 5, 75. The West Sea City's City Lord's birthday banquet was the city's largest celebration and most solemn festival. Every West Sea City citizen or outsider was wearing their own style of bright-colored clothing when they went out. Large barrels of wine and food were sent to the bay port one after another. All kinds of fireworks lit up the night sky, and the crystal lights lit up the city, filling the air with the fragrance of meat and wine as well as singing. The City Lord's 500-year birthday was naturally much more solemn than previous years. West Sea City did not have as much wealth as the Dragon City and the Dragon Ridge, because West Sea City had only been built for several hundred years. The Dragon Lord Death Winged Nidhogg was an old dragon that had lived for over 10,000 years, so the accumulation of time was not something that could be easily surpassed. But West Sea City's prosperity did not lose to any city in the Forest of Chaos. The giant port was a trading center in the West Sea, allowing people from all over to do business. There was a shocking amount of goods being sent out every day. West Sea City was becoming more prosperous every day. Even if it relied on trading, it would become the most prosperous center in the area. It was not impossible for it to surpass Dragon City in terms of wealth in the future. It was because West Sea City was prosperous that when the West Sea City's city lord held his birthday banquet, people from all over would come to congratulate him and give him gifts. This once-a-year festival in West Sea City became an important time to build relationships. Old Hiroshi led Chu Tian into West Sea City's beautiful mermaid palace. Chu Tian already knew that the ruling race of West Sea City was the mermaids. This was a rare race of the sea that was filled with mystery. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, the mermaids were almost extinct. The banquet officially began. The Mermaid Palace's banquet hall could hold several thousand people at the same time. The guests were divided according to their status and status. Old Hiroshi was only a relatively famous merchant in the port, so he could be considered the lowest-ranked person here. Therefore, he was placed in the most remote area. The city lord has arrived. The conch horn was melodious and loud. Dozens of beautiful maids walked out in 2 rows, and the crowd seemed to hear the sound of waves. It was as if they were in the middle of an isolated island in the deep sea, surrounded by raging waves that could drown them at any time. Everyone knew that this wasn't a true wave, but rather the aura and pressure released by an expert in the 6th heaven domain layer. This kind of expert could be considered an expert on the continent, and there was only one in West Sea City, which was the West Sea City's city lord. However, what surprised everyone was that the one who walked out from behind such a powerful aura was actually a short and thin old woman with a face full of wrinkles and gray hair. No way, this is West Sea City's city lord. Chu Tian saw this gray-haired old woman with wrinkles all over her face and called out in surprise, "Isn't the legendary West Sea City's city lord a beautiful mermaid? She's actually an old woman." Why you? Elder Hiroshi almost fainted from fright. He looked around frantically and said to Chu Tian, "Do you want to die?" Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "What's there to be afraid of? She can't hear us anyways." Elder Hiroshi suddenly regretted bringing this fellow in. What kind of expert is the West Sea City's city lord? Are you sure she can't hear us? I'm afraid Sir City Lord is already on the verge of death. What nonsense are you saying? Chu Tian's eyes slightly narrowed, but he didn't have any ridicule or teasing. The mermaids have a long lifespan. Normal mermaids can live 400 or 500 years, but Heaven Domain realm experts can live several times longer. The mermaids are mostly young. Only in the last few years of their lives will they show signs of aging. This mermaid city lord is only 500 years old, and is already this old. Perhaps it was caused by an external injury. Most of her energy is focused on suppressing her injuries. So how could she have the mind to listen to us? Nonsense! Don't speak nonsense. Elder Hiroshi's nose almost went crooked from anger. Don't worry about this. If you keep being like this, I'll kick you out. All right, I understand. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. It was easy to invite a god in, but hard to send him away. Since father has come here, you want to kick him out? So he bluntly added, "You old man, you really are long-winded." The old city lord slowly sat down on the throne, and the birthday banquet officially began. The Dragon Hawk Caravan sends 105 colored star diamonds, wishing the West Sea City's city lord a long and prosperous life. The Great Yuan Country Caravan sends 10 pieces of dragon skin, wishing the West Sea City's city lord a long and prosperous life. All the distinguished guests presented their gifts. There were all kinds of dazzling treasures, almost filling up the hall. Among them, there were 8 or 9 immortal-grade treasures. Old Hiroshi's gift could only be considered average among this pile of treasures. But even like this, everyone had a whole new level of respect for old Hiroshi, a person that could casually send out level 3 half-immortal-grade treasures. This wasn't something a random merchant could do. It required a great opportunity and strength. Elder Hiroshi was very excited about this. It was very important for him to be able to attract people's attention. This birthday banquet was not only for him to bask in the limelight, but more importantly, to use this opportunity to get in touch with people that he normally could not get in touch with. A businessman's social circle was often proportional to his business. Chu Tian now knew how powerful West Sea City was. Of the people that came to send gifts, there were many top merchant companies on the continent, and there were many kingdom forces. From small kingdoms to large kingdoms, there were even 1 or 2 warring kingdoms mixed in. Chu Tian never would have thought that these kingdom merchants would come all the way to West Sea City to do business. When the atmosphere became more and more lively, a voice suddenly appeared, and the atmosphere was pushed to the highest point. The Big Dry Empire's protector sage Yuan Shi has sent 100 soul weapons and 20 level 3 immortal herbs to congratulate the West Sea City's city lord on his birthday. When this was said, everyone was stunned. The Big Dry Empire's protector sage Yuan Shi had actually personally come to West Sea City to give gifts to the West Sea City's city lord, to be able to become an empire-level power on the continent. How many of them were mediocre people? The Deqian Empire was one of the strongest powers in the human world. This kind of existence could casually wipe out 5 or 8 warring kingdoms. Yuan Shi was the Big Dry Empire's protector sage, and also held the position of the imperial tutor. He had a high position and a noble status. Perhaps even a normal king would bow to him. Now he had personally come to West Sea City to congratulate the West Sea City's city lord. Did this West Sea City's city lord have this much face? The old city lord's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. Sir Sage is too polite. This old one is just a trivial mountain stream, young lord. I'm afraid I can't accept the Big Dry Empire's courtesy. Ha ha ha! A vigorous and powerful laugh spread through the hall. Governor Bo Shah of the West Sea's Deep Blue Empire's 4 chief envoys. How could you not accept this old man's trivial gift? While he was speaking, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the main hall, covering all directions like a scorching flame. In an instant, more than half of the aura created by the old city lord was eliminated. An old man shrouded in a halo of light walked up from below the stage. With every step he took, the light became brighter, like an immortal descending to the mortal world, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to look at him directly. Chu Tian understood that this was the domain power of a heaven domain expert. Non-heaven domain cultivators couldn't resist this power at all. This was the famous sage Yuan Shi. Sage was the title of a scholar. A scholar with the title of sage was a peak talent of this era, not to mention that Yuan Shi was a heaven domain expert, not being weaker than the West Sea City's city lord. He truly was worthy of being the Big Dry Empire's imperial tutor. What was even more shocking was that from Yuan Shi's title, the West Sea City's city lord was likely someone from the Deep Blue Empire. Chu Tian asked in a puzzled voice, "Is the Deep Blue Empire very famous?" "You don't even know the Deep Blue Empire?" Old Emo said with a frown. The Deep Blue Empire used to be the Western Sea's strongest and wealthiest sea race empire, but it fell apart in a civil war 100 years ago. Now it has split into several powers, and the Deep Blue Empire only exists in name. It's said that the Deep Blue Empire has 4 envoys. Could the West Sea City's city lord be one of them? This news is too shocking. How strong was the Deep Blue Empire in the past? They never thought that it would be dismembered in the Civil War. Because of the Deep Blue Empire's collapse, the Western Sea powers lost their pillar and fell into chaos. Only the Western Sea coast was peaceful. Who would have thought that the West Sea City's city lord was one of the Deep Blue Empire's powerful envoys in the past? If this came from someone else's mouth, perhaps some people wouldn't believe it, but since it came from Yuan Shi's mouth, they had no reason not to believe it. What kind of status did Yuan Shi have? Was there a need to speak such nonsense? The old city, Lord Bo Shah's eyes flashed with a cold glow before returning to their half-closed state. With a few gentle coughs, she said, "Imperial tutor Yuan coming to my West Sea City is not just to reveal this old lady's identity. Deep Blue no longer exists. What are you dissatisfied with?" City Lord has misunderstood. Yuan Shi gave a few loud laughs as he continued walking forward. With each step he took, the pressure on Bo Shah increased. Before the guards even arrived, they all fell down one by one. Yuan Shi was pressuring her while saying in a gentle voice, "This old man has come to West Sea City on the Big Dry Emperor's orders to ask for a marriage." Ask for a marriage? What marriage? Chu Tian was completely stunned. It couldn't be this old woman, right? This Big Dry Emperor's appetite was a bit too heavy. Yuan Shi continued to say, "It's said that Deep Blue has a pure-blooded princess that was brought away from Deep Blue by Governor Bo Shah. Now she has become an outstanding beauty, and the Big Dry Emperor lacks a concubine, so he wants to marry the Deep Blue princess. West Sea City will be protected by the Big Dry Empire, and we can even help West Sea City subdue the Deep Blue Empire of the past." Impossible. Bo Shah rejected him without even thinking. This old lady understands the Big Dry Emperor's good intentions, but the Deep Blue Empire's princess cannot be married to the Big Dry Empire. I advise you to give up on this idea. Chapter 576. Yuan Shi seemed like he didn't hear Bo Shah's words. With a cold snort, his aura became even more fierce. Bo Shah felt a large pressure as her face became uglier and uglier. "Yuan Shi, do you want to lose all face in West Sea City's territory? I want to remind Your Excellency, Bo Shah, that your body's condition is becoming worse and worse." Yuan Shi slowly said, "Have you ever thought that if you fall, can West Sea City maintain its current prosperity? It would be better to find a large backer first. The Big Dry Empire is enough to protect West Sea City and the Mere people. Other than a marriage alliance, you have no other choice." Bo Shah's expression was cold. "You want to take over the Deep Blue Emperor's bloodline and take West Sea City without any effort. Doesn't the Big Dry Emperor think he's going too far? Even if West Sea City can't resist the Big Dry Empire, with the Big Dry Empire's distance and my sea race's advantage, it won't be easy for the Big Dry Empire to capture West Sea City." As soon as her voice fell, several dozen Mere People guards surrounded them with weapons in their hands. The sea race soldiers guarding outside the hall were all prepared to fight. Yuan Shi was a heaven domain expert, but this was someone else's territory. Moreover, West Sea City had more than one heaven domain expert, and Bo Shah's strength was not weaker than Yuan Shi's. Yuan Shi was not panicked at all. Rather, he gave a calm, cold snort. "Even if this old man gives himself up, do you dare to catch me? Too arrogant." He actually said this kind of thing. But Yuan Shi was the Big Dry Empire's imperial tutor, having a high position and a noble status. He could be ranked in the top 10 of the Big Dry Empire, and was considered a character on the entire continent. Whoever dared to catch Yuan, she would be slapping the Big Dry Empire's face. How many powers on the continent could do this kind of thing? Perhaps West Sea City didn't have the courage. The sea race guards looked at each other in blank dismay, not daring to make a move. Bo Shah's injuries were very serious, and if they really fought, she definitely couldn't beat Yuan Shi. If Yuan Shi made a move against her at this distance, perhaps Bo Shah wouldn't be able to dodge. The most important thing was that West Sea City was like Yuan Shi said. Perhaps they didn't have the courage to capture the big dry empire's imperial tutor. The guests looked at each other and kept quiet out of fear. This was a good birthday banquet and celebration, but because of Yuan Shi, who would dare to meddle in the business of the big dry empire, they could only pretend that they didn't hear anything and just ate and drank. Yuan Shi was very satisfied with the deterrence he had created, so his attitude became even stronger. I might as well tell you honestly. The big dry emperor needs a descendant with the deep blue emperor's bloodline, and West Sea City is the most important location the big dry emperor is interested in, playing a crucial role in the big dry empire's strategy. The big dry emperor's decree is here. Whoever dares to go against it, stand out if you have the ability. Yuan Shi didn't seem ready to be polite. Actually, with the strength of the great Qian Empire, there was no need to be polite. As a result, Yuan Shi bluntly said it out loud. As long as one had a normal brain, no one would go against an emperor. This was the greatest power of this continent. I have an opinion. Just as everyone was silent, an abrupt voice came from the edge of the hall. The moment this voice appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Space began to fluctuate. A very simple-dressed young man suddenly appeared between Yuan Shi and Bo Sha. Even if he was being pressured by the auras of two heaven domain experts, his expression didn't change at all. It was like he wasn't facing two heaven domain experts, but rather two statues that wouldn't move. Innate spatial energy, everyone's expressions changed. But compared to this young man's innate talent, what was even more shocking was his courage. Did he not know what appearing here meant? This kind of normal-looking human actually dared to go against the big dry empire's country protector sage. Yuan Shi knit his brows, and a dignified aura came out. A powerful pressure completely locked onto Chu Tian, but he was disappointed. Chu Tian could face a titan or a giant dragon, not to mention this old man. Who are you? Yuan Shi looked over Chu Tian a few times. To be able to remain calm without changing his expression, this young man was not a normal person. There are some matters that a nobody like you cannot care about. This one is Miracle City's city, Lord Chu Tian, a special envoy of the Forest Alliance. I've come to see the West Sea City's city lord to discuss the matter of the alliance. Chu Tian gave a simple introduction, which made Bo Sha's eyes slightly glow. Chu Tian calmly took 2 steps back and forth. West Sea City belongs to the Forest of Chaos, so it will become a part of the Forest of Chaos sooner or later. I don't care about the Big Dry Empire or the Sage. Anyone that dares touch West Sea City is going against the Forest Alliance. Do you think I should care about this matter or not? Arrogant brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuan Shi's face sunk. You and I are only several feet apart. This old man can easily kill you. Is that so? Perhaps. Chu Tian's voice changed. But City Lord Bo Sha won't let you do this. Bo Sha was stunned. Was there something wrong with this brat's head? Otherwise, how could he be so sure that West Sea City would protect him? Since he was someone from Miracle City, he must have known that West Sea City was preparing to send several 100,000 sea race elites to attack the Forest of Chaos. Otherwise, why would he come here? Since he knew about this matter, he should know that Miracle City and West Sea City were irreconcilable enemies. Because I can save City Lord Bo Sha. Chu Tian did not hide it at all. City Lord Bo Sha's injuries are not incurable. When these words were said, everyone was shocked, especially Yuan Shi and Bo Sha. The reason why Yuan Shi dared to be this arrogant was because Bo Sha was already a lamp without oil. She only had 3-5 years left to live, and there was no one else in West Sea City that could take over. So Bo Sha didn't dare easily offend a power like the Big Dry Empire. If Bo Sha's injuries could really be healed, would she still be this afraid of Yuan Shi? Even if West Sea City couldn't compare to the Big Dry Empire, the distance between West Sea City and the Big Dry Empire was too far. No matter how strong the Big Dry Empire was, they couldn't reach West Sea City. Was it easy to swallow West Sea City? Yuan Shi gave a cold laugh after a short moment of shock. Do you know what Bo Sha was injured by? Even this old man doesn't dare say it can be cured. Who do you think you are? Could it be that you can compare to this old man? This old man was very proud, but he had the capital to be proud. Yuan Shi was a sage. His knowledge was beyond what a normal person could imagine. If an empire sage couldn't do it, how could a country bumpkin that crawled out from who knows where do it? Wasn't this a giant joke? Since Sir Sage is so confident, how about we make a bet? Chu Tian looked at Yuan Shi with a smile. If I can cure City Lord Bo Sha, I ask you to scram out of this city, seeking death. Yuan Shi didn't even say anything before his followers flew into a rage, wanting to attack Chu Tian. Even the Big Dry Empire's emperor had to be polite to Yuan Shi. So who did this fellow think he was to be this arrogant? Pung. A gentle wave surged out. The two followers were instantly pushed to the side. City Lord Bo Sha gave two soft coughs and said, Since City Lord Chu Tian is so confident, why don't you let him give it a try? Yuan Shi didn't believe that Chu Tian could cure Bo Sha at all. With a cold smile, he said, And if you can't do it, as you wish. All right, this old man will open his eyes today. Old man, open your eyes wide and look. Chu Tian's eyes fell onto West Sea City's city, Lord Bo Sha. This city lord came from afar in a hurry, so I didn't bring any gifts. Then I'll give this to Sir City Lord Bo Sha. If I'm not wrong, City Lord Bo Sha should have been hit by a kind of death fire curse. This curse can continuously corrode one's vitality, and it will also produce poison during this process. So Sir City Lord's body has already withered. You can only absorb the essence of a demonic beast's inner core to maintain your vitality. Am I right? Yuan Shi tightly knit his brows. City Lord Bo Sha revealed a look of shock. Not to mention Yuan Shi, even City Lord Bo Sha didn't have any hope, but she never thought that this human would see through the problem with a single glance. What made Yuan Shi feel strange was that how could Bo Sha's injuries be judged from her appearance? This didn't make sense at all, because there were many reasons for people to age early, so how could he immediately think of a curse? Actually, Chu Tian wasn't a prophet. The reason why Chu Tian could make this kind of judgment was mostly because of the golden-haired beauty he met yesterday. Chu Tian had already felt it at the time. The golden-haired beauty was not a human, and if he didn't guess wrong, she was a mermaid. Moreover, from the aura she was releasing, this mermaid's bloodline and strength were not normal. It was very likely she was an important person in West Sea City, and it was very likely she was the deep blue princess that Yuan Shi wanted to bring back to the Big Dry Emperor as his concubine. The inner core that the two of them were fighting over, its main effect was recovery. Looking at it like this, it was very likely this woman was buying the inner core for the city lord, so she didn't hesitate to raise the price. Seeing City Lord Bo Sha's current condition, Chu Tian made a bold guess. Even if he didn't guess correctly, it wasn't far off. Chu Tian suddenly revealed a bad smile. He cleared his throat and said, City Lord Bo Sha's injuries aren't hard to treat, but I found a 10,000-year-old 8-claw demon in the market yesterday that would be very helpful to the city lord's injuries. When I was about to buy it, who would have thought that an ugly and malicious woman would appear and steal the inner core with her wealth? Otherwise, if I had this inner core in my hands today, my chances of success and treatment would be much higher. Chapter 577. West Sea City Mermaid Palace. A seductive and alluring figure was swimming in the huge pool. Her figure was seductive and full of elegance. She slowly moved and finally came to the shore. Her golden hair was scattered, but it was unable to cover her seductive and mature figure. This was a country-destroying beauty, but she was not a human. Her upper body was no different from a human, but her lower body was that of a fish. The scales of the mer people were different. Most of them were blue, black, or red, with a few rare silver scales. This mermaid beauty had golden scales, and each one was releasing a brilliant glow. Only the bloodline of the deep blue empire's emperor had this color. The more golden the scales, the stronger the bloodline. This mermaid beauty was clearly a direct descendant of an emperor clan. That's right. She was the Deep Blue Empire's princess. Although she knew of her background, she didn't know much about the Deep Blue Empire because ever since she could remember, the Deep Blue Empire had already begun to collapse. Although she was a pure-blooded mermaid of an emperor clan, she had never enjoyed the life of an emperor clan. She had been raised by Beau Shah in West Sea City since she was young. The Deep Blue Empire only had a simple understanding from rumors and people's sighs. Towards her background, her bloodline, and her family's glory, she did not care about it at all. Living a happy and rich life in West Sea City was already enough. The only thing she was worried about was that when Grandma Beau Shah brought her out of the Deep Blue Empire, she had experienced a bitter battle and suffered very serious injuries. Now she was like a lamp without oil, on the verge of death. How could she cure Grandma Beau Shah? The demonic beast's inner core essence could slow down the exhaustion, but it couldn't change this situation. Your Highness Princess Jean Luo. A mermaid maid came in. The city lord wants you to quickly come over. Grandma Beau Shah actually called her over? This was not normal. Jean Luo's status was special, and countless people were drooling over the Deep Blue Empire's bloodline. Therefore, Beau Shah would never let Jean Luo appear in formal occasions to avoid unnecessary trouble. Especially today, it was said that a large character from a human empire had come, and it was most likely for her. It was because of this that she couldn't easily appear. Now, Grandma Beau Shah was taking the initiative to call her over. Something must have happened. I'll be right there. Jean Luo's body glowed with a golden brilliance as a hazy layer of energy covered her body, causing her golden hair to flutter. Jean Luo's lower body began to gradually change, and the fish scales actually disappeared. Two slender snow-white legs gently fell to the ground, like the most perfect art in the world, making people want to collect and protect them. The form of the mermaid clan was not fixed. What was a mermaid? They were both humans and fish. True high-level mermaids could freely switch between human and fish state. Jean Luo's current state was not transformed by a secret technique, but rather she had truly turned into a human form with a normal body structure. Jean Luo was neatly dressed, escorted by several mermaid guards to the banquet hall. Countless people's eyes were drawn over. There were few people in West Sea City who knew the identity of this deep blue princess. Seeing her at this moment, they were all stunned. Jean Luo was not used to being the center of attention, especially when there was a group of people in the crowd that made her feel a strong sense of oppression and threat. Needless to say, it was obvious. It had to be the big dry empires, you and she, and the others. Jean Luo slightly knit her brows. When she was prepared to speak to Beau Shah, her eyes suddenly popped out because the person standing next to Beau Shah was no one else. It was the despicable human she met yesterday. Why are you here? Jean Luo instantly felt her teeth itch. It was this bastard that made her spend so many sore stones yesterday. I haven't even settled this debt with you, and you've already appeared. Jean Luo, don't be rude. Beau Shah gave a few soft coughs. This is Miracle City's city lord, Chu Tian. Jean Luo's mind instantly turned blank. Chu Tian? This was Chu Tian. Miracle City was very famous in the Forest of Chaos. There weren't many people in this area that didn't know of Miracle City's existence. This city was like its name, filled with miracles. In just a short year, it had already become an important existence that could influence the entire forest. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile when he saw Jean Luo. As expected, it was this woman. Chu Tian put away his smile and gave 2 soft coughs. Your Highness Princess Jean Luo, I never thought that I would meet you in this kind of situation. I won't say anything unnecessary. Take out the 8-claw demonic beast's inner core now. You. Jean Luo was almost seething with anger at this bastard. Jean Luo, give it to him. City Lord Bo Sha gave a few soft coughs and said, City Lord Chu Tian said that he can cure my injuries. It's just a trivial demonic beast's inner core. It is not worth mentioning to my West Sea City. The anger on Jean Luo's face disappeared a bit, but there was a look of deep doubt. Just based on you? I think you're speaking nonsense. Your Highness, your words aren't right. We are grasshoppers on the same rope right now. When Chu Tian said this, he still had a smile on his face without any sense of urgency. Do you see this, Sir Sage? He came from the big dry empire to capture you and make you their emperor's concubine. Jean Luo's expression changed. What? City Lord Bo Sha is seriously ill. I'm afraid she doesn't have the strength to protect you. But you don't need to worry. Our sage has made a bet with me. If he can cure Bo Sha's illness on the spot, then Sir Sage will leave. I believe with the sage's identity, he wouldn't go back on his words. Chu Tian looked at Jean Luo and continued, I've even pawned my life. Shouldn't you thank me properly? Jean Luo was stunned for a while. She first looked at Yuan Shi and then at Bo Sha. From their reactions and expressions, could it really be like this? Chu Tian did not have any relationship with her, so why would he take this kind of risk? Jean Luo had no choice but to give the 8-claw monster's inner core to Chu Tian. That's more obedient. Chu Tian weighed the inner core in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He casually threw it to the little fox on his shoulder. The little fox held the inner core and bit into it, biting off a large piece of it on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy must be crazy. He went through so much trouble to get this inner core, but in the end, he just casually threw it to his pet to eat. Jean Luo felt like she had been tricked. Bastard, you liar. Everyone felt like they had been tricked. Yuan, she had a cold smile on his face, looking forward to how this clown would end up. I'm sorry. Yesterday's matter was like a stone in my chest, making me feel very uncomfortable. Now that the gloom has disappeared, it will be much easier. So I didn't lie to you. Chu Tian waved his hand and said, Let's begin. Chu Tian directly listed out a large list of materials. These materials were very precious, but they weren't rare. West Sea City could still find most of them, but this was already enough. Chu Tian took out a pill furnace that he carried with him, threw all the ingredients inside, and immediately began to refine pills. Yuan Shi couldn't help taunting him when he saw this. If City Lord Bo Sha's old illness could be solved this easily, perhaps it wouldn't be up to a nameless person like you to make a move. Don't speak too early. Chu Tian controlled the pill furnace to refine. As he said, the great Tao is simple. Sometimes complex problems can be solved with simple methods. Open. Chu Tian suddenly opened the pill furnace and took out 2 things. One was a small branch, and the other was a small piece of crystal bone. After the 2 things were thrown into the pill furnace, he began to refine again. Suddenly, a vigorous life force was released from the pill furnace. This made Yuan Shi's eyes turn serious. He didn't know what materials Chu Tian had just added, but he didn't need to think to know that these 2 materials were not normal. After another quarter of an hour, Chu Tian's pill furnace was finally completed. A pill covered in golden green stripes finally appeared in front of him. Not only did this pill contain a powerful life energy, but it also contained some kind of very mysterious energy. City Lord, please take this pill. Everyone was stunned. This fellow wasn't joking, right? City Lord Bo Sha's injury wasn't just a day or two. It had been over 100 years. In these 100 years, her life had been flowing away 3-4 times faster than normal. This was also why she could have lived for 1,000 years, but she was only 500 years old and was already on the verge of death. This kind of life force flowing away could be considered permanent, and only high-grade immortal herbs could change it. Not to mention that Bo Sha's body was still being corroded by the curse, so even a strong enough immortal herb wouldn't be able to use it. The materials Chu Tian used were precious, but most of them were sacred herbs that were easy to collect. It couldn't change Bo Sha's current situation, no matter what. Yuan, she suddenly felt this was very funny seeing this. He actually made a bet with this kind of idiot. This would simply become a large stain on the life of a respected sage like him. Jean Luo also stared with wide eyes. Although she didn't believe it from the start, after hearing that Chu Tian was Miracle City's city lord, she still had a trace of hope. This person could create a miracle like Miracle City in the Forest of Chaos. Perhaps he could create a miracle here as well. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would be playing around like this? A pill with normal materials and a short duration. How could it solve Grandma Bo Sha's 100-year-old illness? Is City Lord Chu Tian playing around with this old woman? Bo Sha's eyes turned a bit cold. Could it be that everyone here is an idiot? Chu Tian was filled with confidence as he crossed his arms. If City Lord Bo Sha doesn't believe in Chu Tian, then this one can make a bet with you. What bet? If this medicine doesn't work, my Miracle City will belong to you. When Chu Tian said this, Bo Sha's eyelids slightly jumped up. Although she wasn't someone from the Forest of Chaos, she knew the value of Miracle City. Chu Tian then said, "If this medicine is effective, I don't want your West Sea City. As long as you immediately withdraw your troops in the Forest of Chaos, and West Sea City will join the Forest Alliance. What do you think?" Chapter 578. In the Forest of Chaos, there were at least several 100,000 sea race elites. This was a force that couldn't be ignored. While the Forest Alliance was busy fighting the subterranean world's spirit insects, this hidden army could stab them in the back at any time. It was a large threat, enough to cause quite a bit of damage to the Forest Alliance. Chu Tian's most important task in coming to West Sea City was to persuade the West Sea City's city lord to retreat. Of course, Bo Sha knew Chu Tian's goal, and was very surprised by Chu Tian's courage. This young man dared come to West Sea City alone, and bet Miracle City, with Bo Sha without a change of expression. This was not just confidence in himself. It was simply like victory was in his grasp. There was no suspense at all. City Lord Chu Tian is this courageous. Then this old lady will make this bet with you. I ask City Lord Bo Sha to take this pill. Bo Sha didn't waste any words. She first took the pill and looked it over a few times. Although she didn't know what effect this pill had, just from the method of refining it, it was simply flawless. Just based on this point, it could at least prove that Chu Tian was an alchemy master. Chu Tian saw that Bo Sha was still looking at the pill and said with a smile, "City Lord doesn't need to worry. I wouldn't dare poison you." Chu Tian wasn't a fool. If Bo Sha was killed, then he would die. Wouldn't West Sea City and the millions of sea race soldiers swarm into the Forest of Chaos? Bo Sha swallowed the pill and immediately felt every corner of her body being covered by a strange energy. She suddenly felt like the spring sun was melting the snow. The curse energy that was like maggots in her bones was actually disappearing at an unbelievable speed with the help of this energy. At the same time that the power of the curse dissipated, an exuberant life force once again radiated from his body. The life force that had been rapidly drained over the years actually began to recover at a slow speed. All of this happened naturally without any twists and turns. It was simply an instant effect. Everyone was stunned to find that Bo Sha's old face suddenly regained a bit of vitality. The old tree bark-like skin was like cracked ground. slowly regaining a bit of elasticity and vitality. A miracle. This was simply a miracle. This is impossible. Yuan, she couldn't believe his eyes. Chu Tian had casually concocted a pill, and it actually produced an effect. Not only did it produce an effect, but it was also an instant effect. Unless it was a legendary divine medicine, but how was that possible? Nothing is impossible in this world. Lord Sage should learn more and read more books. Chu Tian's voice was filled with ridicule. Others needed to give Yuan Shi face, so he didn't care about this old man. Since the gift I gave to City Lord Bo Sha is effective, then I've won this bet. Sir Sage should keep his promise. Yuan Shi was furious. Ignorant child, you dare to be like this. If you bet, you must accept your loss. Jean Luo immediately shouted excitedly, "We have so many people watching." Bo Sha forcefully suppressed the wild joy in her heart. She seemed to have enough confidence now. If Imperial Teacher Yuan goes back on his word, perhaps it will stain your sage name. What could Yuan Shi do? Once Bo Sha's injuries were healed, the threat he posed would be greatly reduced. West Sea City would be led by Bo Sha for at least the next few decades, and how could West Sea City under Bo Sha's leadership be easily taken by others? The threat and pressure the big dry empire posed to West Sea City would be greatly reduced. He never thought this brat would have such a method. If he knew this earlier, he would have just made a move, and there wouldn't have been this much trouble. Good. Truly a young hero. Yuan Shi knew that he couldn't gain any advantages in West Sea City. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve and left. This old man congratulates City Lord Bo Sha on her recovery. We still have matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first. Take care, we won't send you off. Yuan Shi knew that staying here was just asking to be humiliated, so he left with his servants and the committee. This respected empire sage was actually defeated in front of Chu Tian. Everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Everyone looked at Chu Tian with a fanatical look in their eyes. Something that even a sage couldn't do was actually easily solved by him. Could it be that this young man was even stronger than a sage? Of course, in terms of knowledge, 10 Yuan's eyes added together couldn't compare to a single Chu Tian. Chu Tian indeed had many ways to cure Bo Sha, but this time he had used a trick. In the process of refining the pill, he added 2 things. One was the Tree of Life's branch, and the other was the Divine Bones essence. The Divine Bones essence could easily break all curses, and the Tree of Life's branch could restore a portion of the overdrawn life energy. It was because of this that he could obtain an immediate effect. This was a very pleasant surprise to Bo Sha. Originally, she could only hold on for 2 to 3 years at most. Uncle Sha wanted to use these 3 years to gather resources and materials from everywhere. He wanted to train Jean Luo at all costs so that she would have enough strength and ability to become the city lord after he passed away. This was also the main reason why West Sea City attacked the Forest of Chaos. This was because the subterranean world promised Bo Sha that the subterranean world would hold back the Forest Alliance's main force. All the spoils of war the sea race obtained would belong to West Sea City, and the subterranean world wouldn't take a single one. This kind of cheap matter, West Sea City had no reason not to do it. Chu Tian's appearance. Everything was filled with variables. City Lord Bo Sha ended the banquet early, and directly brought Chu Tian to the discussion hall. From now on, the 2 of them would talk as city lords. Let's cut the long story short. Chu Tian sat in a comfortable position in the hall, holding a cup of tea in his hand as he spoke in a very casual tone. I hope that West Sea City can join the Forest Alliance. I believe that as long as West Sea City joins, all the large and small towns on the western seacoast will become members of the alliance. At that time, The Forest Alliance will be a superpower that covers the Eternal Forest, the Savage Highlands, the Giants' Mountain Range, the Dragon's Ridge, and the Western Sea, adding in the other kingdoms and the riches of the underground purgatory world. Even the strong, big, dry empire would have to be wary of us. City Lord Beauchamp was not in a rush to make a choice. West Sea City is free to do whatever they want. They don't like being restricted at all. We are also a sea race, so joining an alliance made of forest races is a bit inappropriate. Chu Tian said. The Forest Alliance might be a bit of a restriction, but compared to the benefits, this restriction isn't even worth mentioning. As for City Lord Beauchamp's concerns, it isn't worth mentioning at all. The Forest Alliance isn't afraid of complexity or diversity. It's just afraid of not being complex enough. West Sea City will be the first sea race power to join us. I believe we can seize the initiative. City Lord Beauchamp softly said, "Words are no proof." Chu Tian knew that it wouldn't be easy to convince this fellow. Unless he could take out some benefits to move her, why would West Sea City join the Forest Alliance? West Sea City itself wasn't weak, and there were still remnants of the deep blue empire, which was enough to form a strong sea race army. It was enough to make the Forest Alliance suffer. Has City Lord Beauchamp always had doubts? Chu Tian suddenly changed the topic. Why do I dare appear in West Sea City like this, and even dare to contradict you? And she, without any hesitation. Beauchamp said, "I'd like to hear the details." Because there is this. Chu Tian placed a scroll on the table. This is Miracle City's exclusive invention, the Space Transport Scroll. If you meet any danger you can't solve, you can instantly teleport away as long as you activate the scroll. No matter how many soldiers your West Sea City has, or how strong you and she is, at least I'm not worried about him escaping. There was actually this kind of thing. Beauchamp revealed a shocked expression. Chu Tian's next words shocked Beauchamp even more. I won't hide it from you, it isn't just Miracle City. There are several dozen transport towers in the forest, basically covering the areas of the four great powers. This also means that we can use these transport towers to travel between us in real time. Beauchamp fell into deep thought. These transport towers are just the tip of the iceberg for the Forest Alliance. The four great forest forces are actively accepting this technology, so they will wildly expand in a short period of time. Even outside the forest, even in the purgatory world, there will be territories for us. This is also the reason why the subterranean world is so hostile towards us. When Chu Tian said this, his voice suddenly changed. The four great powers are advancing by leaps and bounds. Only West Sea City is standing still. What does City Lord Beauchamp have to compete with the Elven King and the Dragon Lord? I'm afraid the forest will be unified in half a year, and the West Sea City will be pushed out of the profit pie. May I ask if City Lord Beauchamp is willing? Beauchamp was already silent. Chu Tian felt that he had said enough. So he stood up and pulled out several documents. This is the current situation of the Forest Alliance and the development of the four great powers. I hope City Lord Beauchamp can give me a reply as soon as possible. That's all I have to say. I'll be leaving first. After Chu Tian said this, he really swaggered off. This document recorded Miracle City's potential in detail, as well as the changes made by the various giants. There were factories being built and banks being opened. It was a dazzling variety that shocked people. The Eternal Forest that had worked with Miracle City the longest was a model. The Eternal Forest had already developed various new era industries, like matrix programming and etc. This would give the elves a place in the future. As long as Beauchamp had a bit of a brain, she would understand the benefits. As long as Beauchamp was a normal person, she wouldn't be able to resist this kind of temptation. Chapter 579. There was a large pile of information. This was all summarized by the young miss. Because there was too much information, Beauchamp personally looked over some important information about the Forest Alliance. As for Miracle Commerce's history, growth, and etc., they were all given to Jean Luo to look over. Jean Luo had bought some Miracle Commerce products from the forest merchants before. There was even a phonograph and video player in her room, which were Jean Luo's favorite things. Therefore, Jean Luo was filled with interest towards Miracle Commerce. Only Miracle Commerce had risen too fast, and the forest tribes didn't know how Miracle Commerce had risen. This matter had always been an unsolved mystery in the Forest of Chaos. This information was top secret information. Jean Luo wanted to use this chance to understand Miracle Commerce. It had to be known that Meng Qingwu was very meticulous, so this information was very strict, not having a single bit of falsehood. From the creation of Miracle Commerce to the creation of the Forest Alliance, Jean Luo could find it all in this information. She spent an entire night carefully studying it. Each of Miracle City's technological breakthroughs, each of Miracle City's new inventions, and each of Miracle City's milestones were all clearly recorded in this information. After Jean Luo finished reading the history of Miracle Commerce, it was like she was reading Chu Tian's biography. This was because the entire Miracle Commerce's growth and breakthrough were all related to Chu Tian. Even Chu Tian had directly pushed them forward. Could it be that this human's intelligence was endless? Otherwise, how could all of this be explained? When Jean Luo excitedly finished reading the information, the sky outside was already bright. Bo Sha came to Jean Luo's room. What do you think? I think that Miracle Commerce is not creating a business empire. Rather, it wants to completely change the structure of this world. Its potential is so large that it surpasses your imagination. Jean Luo said with an expectant look, "The sea race's side is still blank right now. If we can start earlier than the other sea races, we will definitely have a bright future. I think we can cooperate with them." Bo Sha nodded. Jean Luo's words weren't wrong. She had seen the current structure and situation of the Forest Alliance. Although the alliance was a whole, there was room for everyone. Each member was restricted by the highest laws of the alliance, but they had their own laws that suited them, so it could be said that they were rather open-minded. If West Sea City could enter the Forest Alliance, would they be afraid of the big dry empire? Bo Sha thought for a few minutes before saying, "Your Highness, this old lady has an idea. I wonder what you think." Jean Luo was a bit stunned. "What does Grandma Bo Sha think?" Bo Sha said a few words to Jean Luo, and Jean Luo's face instantly turned red. She never thought that Bo Sha would make this kind of decision, so she was at a loss for what to do. "Let's invite City Lord Chu Tian into the palace first." The guards received the order and left. An hour later, when Chu Tian returned to the Mermaid Palace, Bo Sha placed 5 plates in front of him. Each plate had the head of a spirit insect, and each one was fresh, so they should have just been killed. Chu Tian was taken aback. These are the contacts and secret agents of the subterranean world placed in West Sea City. Bo Sha had killed all the subterranean world's people at once, which clearly showed her attitude. Whether or not they allied with the Forest Alliance, West Sea City had already cut off their relationship with the subterranean world. This was what Chu Tian wanted to see, so Chu Tian's goal had already been achieved. Chu Tian let out a sigh of relief. City Lord Bo Sha has made the right choice. It was probably because the treatment's effects had been shown to its greatest extent. 80% of the wrinkles on Bo Sha's face disappeared, and her skin regained its elasticity. Her withered body was once again filled with vitality, and her gray hair was now a bit darker. Of course, because her injuries were too serious, it was hard for City Lord Bo Sha to return to her youthful state. However, compared to her old appearance from before, the current City Lord Bo Sha could be considered a middle-aged woman and could not be compared to the past. Jean Luo didn't appear by Bo Sha's side. Rather, she was listening on the side. After Jean Luo learned of Chu Tian's identity and actions, she already had a whole new level of respect for this human. Only the matter that Grandma Bo Shah mentioned was a bit hard for her to say, so she could only hide on the side. How many more miracles could Miracle City create? How strong was Miracle City's potential? If West Sea City became a member of the Forest Alliance, there would definitely be benefits. These heads are just a reward for curing my illness. West Sea City promises not to attack the Forest Alliance. City Lord Bo Shah slowly said, "As for the matter of West Sea City joining the Forest Alliance, we have already considered it. West Sea City can join the Forest Alliance, but the City Lord must satisfy an additional condition of ours." An additional condition? 5 or 10 wasn't a problem. He came to West Sea City this time to stop West Sea City from sending troops, but now he had unexpectedly arranged for West Sea City to join the Forest Alliance. This could be considered an extra harvest. What condition could City Lord Bo Shah give? It was nothing more than giving West Sea City some benefits during the negotiations. Chu Tian believed he had a way to negotiate this. West Sea City joining the alliance was very important. With West Sea City joining the alliance, the Forest Alliance would be completely stabilized. Chu Tian didn't even think about it, as he straightforwardly said, "There is no harm in City Lord Bo Shah speaking directly. City Lord Chu Tian is young and promising, with profound knowledge. He is worthy of being a great sage. His future is limitless." City Lord Bo Shah first flattered Chu Tian before revealing her true intentions. Jean Luo is the Deep Blue Empire's pure-blooded princess and has already matured. The Mer people are lacking talents, and there is no one worthy of her, so why don't we betroth her to City Lord Chu Tian? On one hand, we can find a good home, and on the other hand, we can stabilize the relationship between the West Sea Alliance and the Forest Alliance. What? Chu Tian thought that Bo Shah would fight for some benefits for West Sea City, but he never would have dreamed that she would give this kind of condition. If Chu Tian married this mermaid princess in West Sea City, he would be torn to 18 pieces by the sisters Meng Yingying and Meng Qinggu when he returned to Miracle City. No, no. Chu Tian quickly shook his head and refused. "Forgive me for offending you, but I am a traditional human and don't like mixing with other races, especially the sea races, so I cannot accept this request." City Lord Bo Shah's face turned serious. "Jean Luo is the Deep Blue Empire's princess. Which part of her isn't worthy of you?" Chu Tian's stance was firm. "To be honest, I already have a fiancé. I'm afraid I can't accept this. Sir City Lord is a rare genius. As long as you marry Princess Jean Luo, it is completely understandable for you to take a few more concubines." Bo Shah coldly said, "West Sea City has good intentions, and the Deep Blue Empire's dignity and honor cannot be rejected or insulted. If City Lord does not accept, this old lady cannot agree to join the alliance." "Damn, you're actually using this to force me?" Father hates being threatened the most. Chu Tian's temper immediately rose. "This City Lord will marry whoever he wants. There is no need for others to arrange it for me. If City Lord Bo Shah wants to force me, we don't have anything to talk about, so I'll take my leave first." His goal had been achieved. Bo Shah had killed the people of the subterranean world, basically announcing that she had broken off relations with the subterranean world. As for joining the alliance or not, she wasn't in a rush. Chu Tian took out a space scroll and was about to leave. Who would have thought that at this time? Bo Shah would coldly hit the ground with her staff, and it would spread out like a wave. Chu Tian had just taken out the scroll when he felt a giant wave coming at him. The scroll was instantly swept away and fell into City Lord Bo Shah's hands. Chu Tian was already a bit angry. Does City Lord Bo Shah really have to do this? If City Lord Chu Tian doesn't agree to West Sea City's conditions, then I can only ask the City Lord to stay in West Sea City for a few more days to think about it. Bo Shah did not say anything else. Someone take City Lord Chu Tian away and let him calm down. Chu Tian's cultivation had already been suppressed by Bo Shah. After all, Bo Sha was a sixth heaven domain layer expert, so the gap was too large. Chu Tian had no way of resisting in front of her, so all his scrolls were taken away. Under the lead of several sea race experts, he was placed in a room. City Lord Bo Sha's meaning was clear. Want to leave? Then get married. Otherwise, he would stay in West Sea City for the rest of his life. Chu Tian had thought of countless possibilities before coming to West Sea City, but he never thought that he would be trapped by this matter. He couldn't help having a bit of doubt. Was it wrong to be too handsome? The mermaid princess was indeed a country-toppling beauty, an outstanding beauty. This kind of forced marriage was something Chu Tian couldn't accept. Moreover, Bo Sha was in a rush to marry Jean Luo to Chu Tian. On one hand, it was because she liked Chu Tian and Miracle City's potential, and on the other hand, it was to divert the conflict with the Big Dry Empire. But no matter what goals she had, this kind of marriage was not pure. Not to mention Meng Yingying waiting to marry at home. Even if there wasn't Meng Yingying, Chu Tian wouldn't accept it. No one could force Chu Tian to do something he didn't want to do. Chu Tian began to plan his escape after being placed in house for 2 days. Although his cultivation was sealed, his physical strength was still there. If they really fought, he could fight anyone under the Heaven Domain realm. He could send the little fox out to steal the scrolls and then directly teleport back to Miracle City. When Chu Tian was prepared to carry out his plan, a slim, golden-haired figure opened the door. She had a beautiful appearance that could topple a country. It was Jean Luo. She looked at Chu Tian with eyes filled with anger as she said, "This is a scroll. I secretly took it from Grandma Bo Sha." Bo Sha handed a scroll over. Chu Tian was a bit stunned. "This is... You think I want to marry you?" Jean Luo glared at Chu Tian. "But since I stole Grandma Bo Sha's scroll, I'll have to hide in Miracle City for a while. You won't refuse, right?" No problem, no problem. There are several transport scrolls. Anyways, then let's go." There was a flash of light in the room. When the guards found that the two of them had disappeared, they quickly ran over to report to City Lord Bo Sha. Bo Sha only gave a faint, "I understand," and didn't care about this matter anymore. Chapter 580. Chu Tian and Jean Luo left the transport point. Jean Luo finally saw the legendary Miracle City. Miracle City's bustling scene was not inferior to West Sea City's. The most important thing was that although Miracle City and West Sea City were both trade centers, West Sea City relied on shipping and Miracle City relied on spatial trade, so they couldn't be compared. Jean Luo had studied the information on Miracle City, and she knew that Miracle City's spatial trade far surpassed any other trade in the world. Miracle City's Miracle Shopping Center had been built by Meng Qingwu's group and had covered most of the cities in the Forest of Chaos. Whether it was goods or materials, they were all instantly transported. Miracle City didn't need large caravans or large fleets, they just needed to build space warehouses and use spatial logistics to connect everything, making spatial distance meaningless. Whether it was efficiency or cost, it was all lowered to the minimum. Starting from Vivian's first space warehouse in southern Xia, Miracle Commerce already had close to 1,000 space warehouses, and it was still increasing by 3-5 every day. 70% of them were exclusive to Miracle Commerce, and the remaining 30% were open warehouses. Some were given to their partners, and some were open to the public. Under the command of Miracle Commerce's production minister Meng Yingying, Miracle Commerce's industry was already entering the 3.0 era. The first 2 generations were normal factories and intelligent factories. Now that Miracle Commerce's normal factories were gradually being eliminated, intelligent factories were becoming more and more. The 3rd generation of factories was the spatial intelligent factories. Spatial intelligent factories had many advantages over normal intelligent factories. For example, some of Miracle Commerce's main production bases had already reached the spatial intelligent industrial level. The entire factory no longer needed to transport materials because the factory's warehouse was a space warehouse. Ores were mined, refined, and processed before finally being sent to the terminal factory to be turned into products with other materials. The industrial waste disposal and the transport of the finished products were all integrated into the production chain. The entire process was controlled by the space warehouse and smart brain. This was where Miracle Commerce was strong. West Sea City? This kind of shipping trade was not only slow, risky, and used up a lot of resources. Compared to space transportation, its only advantage was that it could transport living things. Moreover, each transport was very large, so it was especially suitable for medium to short distance transportation, or transporting all kinds of livestock and cheap raw materials. With Miracle Bank in the center and the Forest Council established here, the Forest of Chaos's business center, financial center, and political center would always be Miracle City. Chu Tian and Jean Luo had a bit of conflict, but it wasn't worth mentioning. Jean Luo secretly let him go, and Chu Tian was very grateful to her for this. Therefore, Chu Tian introduced Jean Luo to the different areas of Miracle City, while arranging her life. You don't need to return to West Sea City for now. There are mountains and rivers here. There's nothing lacking. I guarantee your life will be richer than in West Sea City. Miracle City's incredible scenes filled Jean Luo's eyes. This city is even more mysterious than I imagined. Of course, don't you know whose city this is? Chu Tian said to Jean Luo. If you want to live in Miracle City, you need to prepare a few things. For example, a citizen card, a cell phone, and etc. Jean Luo had a blank look. Citizen card? This is the identification of a Miracle City citizen. The information of each Miracle City citizen is stored in the warehouse and can't be forged with spiritual energy. Therefore, each person has their own uniqueness. The citizen card has many benefits, like setting up a Miracle Bank account. In the future, when you go to Miracle City or even the other cities of the Forest Alliance, you won't need to bring any source stones. You just need your own citizen card. Jean Luo nodded. That was just too convenient. This cell phone is a communication tool, and it is a necessary item for people with a bit of status in Miracle City. The functions of the cell phone are already very complete, and it can connect to Miracle City's information network. You can use the cell phone to look up the latest products from the Miracle Shopping Center and make purchases. Miracle City's cell phones had been developed for a long time and were now very mature. The current newest cell phones not only used the Yunsec's latest research, making it faster, stronger storage, and better communication, it also had the Elves' operating system, allowing more and more functions to be developed. Chu Tian brought Jean Luo in front of the young miss and first explained the situation to the young miss. The young miss was very surprised by Jean Luo's identity, but she could feel Jean Luo's value. First, Jean Luo was the Deep Blue Empire's princess, and now that she was in Miracle City, it would restrict West Sea City. This was a very important person. This is Princess Jean Luo's first time in Miracle City. Naturally, we have to properly entertain her. The young miss found Vivian and said to her, "You've worked hard building the Purgatory World Space Fortress, so I'll give you a long vacation. You can accompany Princess Jean Luo and play around." Vivian liked to play, and this kind of good job fell into her hands. Naturally, she was overjoyed. "Big Sister Jean Luo, come with me. I guarantee you'll fall in love with Miracle City." The two of them left the City Lord's castle. The young miss revealed a fierce expression as she stared at Chu Tian. "I told you to go to West Sea City, and you brought back a mermaid princess." Chu Tian cried out his innocence. "Young miss, this was purely an accident." "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." With City Lord Beauchat's promise, and the deep blue Princess Jean Luo in Miracle City. There's no need to worry about the threat of the Western Sea race for now. Meng Qingwu looked much more relaxed. After all the stone in her heart had been lifted, the Forest Alliance can focus on the subterranean world and the purgatory world. Without any worries, with the four giants working together, no matter how strong the subterranean world is, they won't be able to topple the Forest Alliance. There was no need to doubt this. Even if the subterranean world's spirit insects can't topple the Forest Alliance, the insects buried deep underground can still cause endless trouble for the Forest Alliance. Chu Tian suddenly paused when he said this. I don't want the insects to wreak havoc in our territory, so I suggest we completely eradicate this threat. Only like this can the Forest Alliance smoothly develop. Completely eradicate? It wasn't that Meng Qingwu hadn't thought of this problem before. It's too difficult. The subterranean world is far from the surface, and our army can't go down at all, so we can only passively defend. That's not certain. We should make a space gate. Meng Qingwu's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Meng Qingwu had already heard Chu Tian talk about this space gate before. The space gate was similar to a transport tower, but the transport tower was a transport tool for a single person, and the space gate was a transport tool for a group. The former was simple to make and had a low cost, but the latter was complex and had a large cost. A space gate transport array would consume at least 100 eyes of the star. Meng Qingwu revealed a pained expression. You should know that even if we use all the eyes of the star in our storage, we can barely make a single set. If these eyes of the star are used to make transport towers, it would be a large benefit to our Forest Alliance. Chu Tian said with a faint smile. As long as we can take care of the thorn in our side, what is this small price? Our technology is becoming more and more advanced. We can also mass produce eyes of the star in the future. Meng Qingwu was in a bit of disbelief. Eyes of the star can only be found and not sought. How can we mass produce them? Chu Tian laughed. Young miss, you also have times when you're not smart. Meng Qingwu fiercely pinched him and anxiously asked, Quickly say it, how do we do it? The eyes of the star were too useful to miracle commerce. Right now, miracle commerce had very limited ways to obtain eyes of the star. They could only find them in ruins or buy them from various races at a high price. However, they were still lacking in quantity, and it wasn't enough to complete a large-scale plan. The transport tower's value to miracle commerce was too great. If Chu Tian really had a way to mass-produce eyes of the star, miracle commerce's influence would quickly charge out of the forest of chaos and spread to every corner of the continent, increasing their influence every day. Chu Tian did not keep them in suspense. Where do the eyes of the star come from? Isn't it just a meteor in the sky? The eyes of the star we found on the ground were all brought to the continent by meteors, so there are very few of them. As long as we have the ability, why don't we charge into outer space and open Miracle Commerce's outer space mine? Outer space mine? Outer space mine. Meng Qingwu's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. That's right. Why didn't she think of it? Miracle Commerce didn't build an outer space mine before because they didn't have enough technology. Airships or demon beasts couldn't charge into outer space, but the situation was different now. Miracle Commerce's tools were becoming stronger, and they could even build powerful airships. With a powerful engine and energy source, why couldn't they charge into outer space? Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. How about it? Am I a genius? Save it. Meng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him and then said, Only you have the ability to build the space gate, and it's hard for me to divert my energy. So who should we find to manage this outer space project? Let Vivian be in charge and Jean Luo assist. Chu Tian had already thought of it. When they're done playing, you can give this task to them. With Vivian's personality, once she hears that she can fly into outer space, She will be excited like she's been injected with chicken blood. As for Jean Luo, let her see the abilities of our miracle commerce, because West Sea City is not only important to the Forest Alliance, it is also very important to me. I've made an agreement with Ying to hold our wedding in West Sea City. It seems like you still have a conscience. Meng Qingwu's eyes flashed, and she nodded. She looked at Chu Tian and said in a praising voice, "You've done very well this time, actually being able to resist the temptation of the mermaid princess and not fall into West Sea City. I'll properly praise you in front of Ying." Look at these words. Chu Tian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 581. The Space Gate was a large investment project. Just the Eyes of the Star alone was close to 100, and the spatial crystals were an astronomical number. Even with Miracle Commerce's current financial resources, creating a space gate required a large price. They even needed to borrow from several large banks and the four giants, but it was all worth it. Chu Tian personally appointed Meng Ying as his assistant. It had been too long since she worked with Chu Tian, so Meng Ying was excited like she was injected with chicken blood. She ran around every day, happily coordinating resources. It had to be said, Meng Ying had grown quite a bit in the past 2-3 years. She had managed Miracle Commerce's production department for a long time, so she knew Miracle Commerce's resources and manpower like the back of her hand. At least she was clearer than a big boss like Chu Tian. The resources we need are being transferred from various places. It should be sent to the warehouse in 3 days. Chu Tian nodded. What about manpower? I've transferred 500 scholars from the Yun sect and 3,000 craftsmen from the Giant Mountain Range, adding in Miracle City's local labor. I think it should be enough. Good job. Chu Tian gave full praise. Let's start work immediately and finish it in 10 days. Chu Tian chose a suitable basin in Miracle City and built the space gate in the basin. Chu Tian worked with the Yun sect scholars to slowly carve out the space gate's blueprint. There were actually over 300 pages of paper, and each page was given to the craftsmen, allowing them to start working on it. Miracle City began to build the space gate. On the other hand, Meng Qingwu was extremely busy. Blue Jade City has been attacked by the spirit insects, over 100,000 casualties. Stone Plain City is bad. The spirit insects suddenly attacked, and the city's protective barrier has been destroyed, suffering heavy losses. Bramble Cloud City has been attacked by the spirit insects, losing large amounts of resources and losing several towns. The mines around Purple Silver City have been attacked and have stopped production. The city lord has sent a request to the Alliance for help. The sea race's retreat made the subterranean world furious, and they immediately increased their attacks on the surface. These spirit insects moved in the complicated underground world, and they could appear anywhere in the forest, making the Forest Alliance's cities suffer quite a bit. The wild sneak attacks of the subterranean world had a large effect on the Forest of Chaos. Even if the Forest Alliance had enough warriors and experts, they couldn't do anything against the subterranean world's spirit insects. Meng Qingwu was filled with worry as she looked at the battle reports. She knew that if this situation continued, the Alliance cities would suffer more and more losses. It would be hard for these cities to doubt joining the Alliance, and it would threaten the stability of the Forest Alliance. Chu Tian's space gate could not be completed in such a short time. Now, he had to rely on Meng Qingwu to stabilize the situation. Reporting, there is news from the Great Zhou country. The Eagle ruler has suddenly sent 2 Eagle Kings to help the Blood Eagle King and 200,000 soldiers preparing to attack the Great Zhou country. With the Great Zhou country's strength, they can't defend against such a strong force. The Eagle Burial Kingdom wanted to use the Great Zhou country to attack the 3-Kingdom Alliance. Miracle Commerce had been spreading rumors to drive a wedge between the Blood Eagle King and the Eagle ruler, But it seemed like this trick had been seen through. These spirit beasts weren't fellows without brains. The three kingdoms weren't strong compared to the Forest Alliance, but that didn't mean the Three Kingdom Alliance was a dispensable existence. Not only did the three kingdoms have value, they also had a lot of value. Although the kingdoms weren't strong, they had a deep relationship with miracle commerce. They could use them to move the surrounding countries and expand miracle commerce's influence. Once the Kingdom Alliance collapsed, Miracle City's losses would be large. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was determined, hardening their heart to destroy the three kingdoms. This was something Miracle City would never allow. Meng Qinggu made her decision. The subterranean world is harassing us, so we'll harass them. We'll have Death Wing, Thunder's Fury, Burst Claw, and the Elven King attack their cities from the Purgatory world. Miracle Commerce's influence in the Purgatory world wasn't strong, but with the four giants suppressing them, the situation in the Purgatory world was stabilized. Not to mention the fact that the Purgatory world had a space fortress. This was something the other Purgatory powers couldn't break through no matter what. Now that ATU was left to stabilize the situation, the four giants could enter the subterranean world through the Purgatory world and attack the cities in Alexa's hands. This would restrain the subterranean world's energy to a certain degree. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's army has gathered. Perhaps there will be a bloody battle. We should avoid a direct confrontation for now. Meng Qinggu made some measures to calm the injured cities. After suppressing these matters, she began to consider the matter of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. How is our research on the Wall Breaker? The Wall Breaker is a very complex missile because it is very hard to make, and because of the scarcity of materials, we have only made 10 of them. We don't know the effect. We haven't tested it yet. Meng Qinggu didn't even think before saying, "Directly test it on the battlefield." The subordinates looked at each other in blank dismay. Battlefield? Meng Qinggu directly informed Nangong to take out several fighter planes from Miracle Commerce's storage. These fighter planes were the same as the one Chu Tian took to West Sea City. They were all Miracle Commerce's newest and most advanced aircraft. They could reach 10 times the speed of sound at full speed, and even if they met a weak Heaven Domain expert, they could avoid them. Elder Sister Qingwu can be assured. Nangong Yun was very excited seeing that Meng Qinggu was preparing a mission for her. I will definitely blow the Eagle Burial Kingdom's army to pieces. No, your mission is not to deal with the Eagle Burial Kingdom's main army. Meng Qinggu shook her head. I've studied the Eagle Burial Kingdom's army structure. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's 5 Eagle Kings are the most elite army in the country. The Dark Eagle King's army has been defeated in the Warhound Plains, and the other 4 Eagle King's armies are in the 3 kingdoms. Then Elder Sister Qingwu's meaning is, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's main army has many elite flying units. Although our new fighter planes are very strong, it will be hard to break through their air blockade. Meng Qinggu gave a map to Nangong Yun. This is a map of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. I have already marked several important cities in the Eagle Burial Kingdom. These cities are the Eagle Burial Kingdom's supply and equipment centers. Your mission is to destroy them as fast as lightning. Nangong Yun's mind trembled. All right. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's most elite airships were in the Great Zhou country, and the other first-class airships were in the conquered areas. Wouldn't they only have second- or third-class troops left? Meng Qinggu said, there are quite a few Heaven's Punishment airships in the 3 kingdoms. Because the airships are slow, they can't be of any use in fighting the enemy. So I gathered them near the Eagle Burial Kingdom's territory. These airships can help you when the fighter planes attack. Meng Qinggu had already prepared this. If these airships fought with the Eagle King's army, they wouldn't be any different from a bunch of targets. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's air force was very strong. It was enough to intercept the bombs dropped by the airships in midair and send out demon beasts to destroy the airships. They didn't have this worry if they attacked the cities. On one hand, the cities didn't want the army to be vigilant, and on the other hand, the city's quick reaction force was relatively slow. The Eagle Burial Kingdom never would have thought that Meng Qinggu would have airships near their territory, preparing to attack the Eagle Burial Kingdom at any time. They didn't know that Miracle Commerce had already made powerful fighter planes. Nangong Yun chose her people and prepared to set off. This is the first real combat test of our Black Thunder fighter planes. Nangong Yun paced in front of everyone as she spoke. We have to fight beautifully and display our Miracle Commerce's strength. Do you understand? Yes. Let's go. The 15 Black Thunder fighter planes were activated, flying out of Miracle City's airport and disappearing into the horizon. Nangong Yun personally piloted one of the black fighter planes and soon reached 10 times the speed limit. The fighter planes were all stable, and there were no signs of any malfunctions. The Black Thunder fighter planes weren't too complicated, mainly relying on source energy matrices to move them. Therefore, there was enough space to install powerful engines, weapons, and energy sources, with 4 sets of backup energy sources. When the fighter planes flew to the Warhound plains, they had used up all of their energy sources. Nangong Yun stopped the fighter planes in the Warhound plains and took out new energy sources from the space warehouse to fill the fighter planes. Then it started again and filled with all kinds of weapons, flying into the Eagle Burial Kingdom's territory. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had the Heaven's Net, so their communication was smooth. This is Black Thunder 1. Nangong Yun called through the communication device, calling Heaven's Punishment 16. A slightly noisy voice came from the communication device. Heaven's Punishment 16 has received. We are already in the air above the target and can receive orders to bomb at any time. Nangong Yun asked, "Give me the target's information." The target Nangong Yun was in charge of was the largest city in the south of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. This was a large fortress with barracks, granaries, and equipment warehouses. It was built on a giant, desolate cliff and had a strong protective barrier, as well as a strong air defense. As for the properties of the protective barrier, Miracle Commerce had already investigated it. They were getting closer and closer. Nangong Yun estimated that with their current speed, they would reach the target in at most 10 minutes. There were currently 4 Heaven's Punishment airships 15,000 meters above the fortress, so they could hit the target in around a minute. Pay attention to my orders. Nangong Yun was getting closer and closer to the fortress. When the fortress became bigger and bigger, she suddenly gave a loud order. Begin bombing. Roger. Begin bombing. Before the airship bombs landed, Nangong Yun's fighter plane had already reached the fortress at 10 times the speed of sound. Even if the fighter plane was made to reduce friction and sound, it was still enough to cause a large movement. The fortress was immediately alerted. Too late. Nangong Yun loudly shouted, "Go die!" The fighter plane's source energy cannons released light at the same time. 4 or 5 beams of light flew across the sky and hit the fortress barrier, only creating faint ripples. However, this bit of attack power was not enough to break the fortress barrier. At this time, a missile suddenly shot out from under the Black Thunder fighter plane. This missile looked completely black. When it flew out at 10 times the speed of sound, it continued to accelerate, reaching at least 14-15 times the speed of sound. It was like a drill slamming into the fortress barrier. The missile did not cause a very strong explosion. A strange energy was released from it, and in an instant, a large number of runes covered the top part of the fortress barrier. The high-energy barrier that flowed like water suddenly froze like a layer of ice. "Break for me." Nangong Yun fired the source energy cannons again. Pung! The sound of a mirror shattering could be heard. A large area of the barrier at the top of the stronghold actually shattered like shattered ice. At this moment, an incomparably ear-piercing whistle could be heard from above. The Heaven's Punishment airships' missile bombardment was about to arrive. Nangong Yun's fighter plane flew close to the edge of the fortress. She saw countless bombs falling down like rain, falling through the hole in the barrier, instantly turning the barrier into a sea of flames. Chapter 582. Nangong Yun used her mind to control the fighter plane. Now that the fighter plane was full of energy, the various kinetic devices were releasing energy that flowed along the array's path, constantly supplying energy to the source energy array. The entire fighter plane was covered in energy from the inside out, including each component. The entire fighter plane was covered in a faint glow as it was covered in a layer of protective shield. It was because of this that although the explosion created a strong shockwave, it didn't harm the fighter plane at all. When Nangong Yun came out of the center of the explosion with a long trail of flames behind her, she was surrounded by a sea of flames. Even 10 peak heaven domain experts couldn't create this kind of scene in an instant. Miracle Commerce used technology to do it. How shocking was this? Miracle Commerce's weapons were constantly being improved, and the various high-altitude bombs were made from silver crude oil. Not to mention that Miracle Commerce's crude oil refining technology was completely different from when they were in South Sky City. Each bomb had a terrifying destructive might that could kill anything within 100 meters. A single Heaven's Punishment could release several thousand. 4 Heaven's Punishment added up to over 10,000. With this kind of terrifying attack, even flattening a city was easy, because the sneak attack was too sudden, and Miracle City's army made a strange move, breaking the fortress protective barrier. The fortress didn't have any time to prepare or react at all. They were instantly engulfed in a sea of flames from the dense explosions. Nangong Yun wildly laughed. The wall breaker is too useful. No matter which city we attack in the future, it won't be easy, right? The wall breaker was a missile Miracle Commerce had recently developed. The composition and structure were very complex, and there were high-level runes engraved on it. Its main function was to stop the flow of energy when it landed on a barrier or barrier. Because the energy stopped circulating, the barrier would be instantly solidified and could be easily shattered. This was why Nangong Yun didn't break the barrier at first. After the wall breaker solidified the barrier, she used the second-generation source energy cannon on the fighter plane to shatter it. Success! The airships will self-destruct and everyone will retreat. The 4 Heaven's Punishment airships dropped their bombs on the fortress. Even if it was a Heaven Domain expert, they would still die if they couldn't escape from this concentrated attack. After this round of bombing, at least half of the fortress had been turned into ruins. The airships had already been exposed because the airships weren't fast. If the Eagle Burial Kingdom sent their air force, the airships wouldn't be able to escape the Eagle Burial Kingdom's borders at all. Therefore, they decided to self-destruct the airships and gave up on them. All the airship pilots sat on griffins and retreated. This was relatively safe, and the airships wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Black Lightning 2 has completed the mission. Black Lightning 3 has completed the mission. When Nangong Yun took care of this city, the communication channel continued to transmit information from other locations. Basically, each Black Thunder aircraft had broken through the wall and launched a powerful surprise attack. Like this, over 10 important cities were destroyed, and this was enough to cause an unimaginable loss to the Eagle Burial Kingdom. If the Eagle Burial Kingdom's Eagle ruler knew of this, he would definitely fly into a rage. Not only did these cities have a large military value, they were also the resource center of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. They gathered close to half of the country's rations and provided a certain amount of support for the armies. Now that they were all destroyed, the Eagle Burial Kingdom was a spirit beast kingdom with a strong military force, so they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences this time. Meng Qingwu's mission had reached this point, so it should have ended by now. Nangong Yun didn't feel satisfied, and there were still 2 wall breakers left. She immediately pulled out the map and made a decision. We're not far from the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city. Everyone gather together, and we'll do it again. Nangong Yun was truly a madman. Could the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city be the same as a normal city? This was definitely a very dangerous mission, but Nangong Yun didn't care that much. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's cities were attacked at almost the same time, and with the Eagle Burial Kingdom's information transmission ability, no matter how fast the imperial city reacted, they couldn't react before the fighter planes arrived. The dozen or so black lightnings slowly converged and headed in the same direction. These triangular pieces of black metal moved very quickly, arriving near the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city in just a few hours. Truly worthy of being imperial city, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city's scale surpassed one's imagination, occupying an entire field. There were no walls or tall buildings, looking very rough and messy, but it gave people a different sense of prosperity. Wall breaker! Nangong Yun loudly shouted. A wall breaker was inserted into the imperial city's protective barrier. The imperial city's protective barrier was much stronger than the fortress, so the wall breaker could only erode a small part of it, but it was enough. The source energy cannons fired. Pung! A piece of the barrier was shattered. More than a dozen black triangles flew into Royal City at lightning speed. Each of these fighter jets was loaded with all kinds of weapons. All kinds of super bombs condensed from second-generation energy immediately rained down on Royal City, instantly setting off one mushroom cloud after another. Open fire! Open fire! Several heavy guns, as well as the source energy cannons, and all kinds of missiles were fired at the dense area. All of this happened too quickly, and the Imperial City people were caught off guard. In just a few short minutes, there were already large casualties. Nangong Yun flew the fighter plane through the center of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city. She aimed at the most eye-catching royal palace in the center of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city. Hung! Several source energy cannons fired at the same time. Several large holes were blasted in the royal palace. Several missiles pierced into the ground at an oblique angle, and the surrounding buildings were blown to pieces. Nangong Yun flew higher and began to charge forward with all her might. Although she was an impatient person, she wasn't a fool. She knew that Imperial City wasn't a place to stay for long. After blowing up a part of the buildings and pastures, she immediately gave an order. The sneak attack is complete. Break the wall and leave. These several war machines broke the barrier from one end and quickly passed through the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city. They began to bombard and attack along the way before finally shooting a wall breaker at the other end, creating another hole in the barrier. They were prepared to escape from this direction, but at this time, the imperial city side began to react. But at this time, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city reacted. One after another, well-equipped army after another wildly flew into the sky from the imperial city. All kinds of long-range flames, explosions, wind blades, and other attacks came down like a wild storm. We're under attack. We're under attack. Don't care about them. We're charging out. The Black Thunder fighter planes had Miracle City's energy shield, so although they suffered some attacks, it wouldn't be a problem for a short period of time. The Black Thunder fighter planes were faster than normal flying demon beasts. Therefore, as long as they left Imperial City's airspace, these fellows wouldn't be able to catch up. The several fighter planes charged out of the barrier, and the several thousand soldiers in the air chased after them. It was just like Nangong Yun imagined. Although there were many Eaglemen experts, to reach the speed of the Black Thunder, they had to be at least in the Heaven Domain realm. The problem was, how many Heaven Domain experts were there? As for demon beasts, unless they were demon beasts with innate speed, normal level 3 demon beasts couldn't catch up to the Black Thunder. The gap between the two sides grew larger and larger. The Black Thunder could occasionally counterattack, but when everyone thought they could easily escape, who would have thought that a figure would suddenly charge out from the pursuing troops? His speed was clearly several times faster than any of the Eagle experts, even faster than Miracle City's Black Thunder fighter planes. Nangongyun was shocked. Why was there someone this fast? Perhaps the other side was a 100% Heaven Domain expert and had cultivated a special cultivation technique. He was an expert that specialized in speed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to catch up. The only one in the Eagle Burial Kingdom with this ability was the Eagle Burial Kingdom's king, that fellow who called himself the Eagle Ruler. Nangongyun said with knit brows, "You leave first, I'll stall him." After saying this, Nangongyun suddenly slowed down and turning around. She knew that with her strength, if she fought the Eagle Ruler head-on, she would be killed in a single move, therefore she had to maintain a certain distance. Hung. The Black Thunder Source energy cannons continued to fire. The Eagle Ruler faced the Source energy cannons' attack and slowed down a bit, but the two sides were still approaching each other at a very fast speed. At this time, the Eagle Ruler suddenly sent out a giant blade glow that cut over 20,000 meters towards Nangongyun. Nangongyun's expression changed as she quickly dodged to the side. Pung! The energy blade fell on the Black Thunder Fighter's energy barrier and instantly cut off a piece of it. Miracle Commerce's current energy barrier could only block a few attacks from a true spirit expert. It definitely couldn't block a Heaven Domain expert's attack. If Nangongyun hadn't reacted fast enough and dodged in time, she would have been destroyed. Such a powerful fellow. Nangongyun fired several missiles, but it was useless. With this kind of speed, the Eagle Ruler could easily dodge them, and there were only a few thousand meters between them at this time. Several heavy source energy guns were activated, and they began to wildly fire. When this kind of attack hit a Heaven Domain expert, although it would consume a bit of their protective spirit energy, even if they just stood there and let Nangongyun hit them, they wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. The Eagle Ruler's hands reached out, and he suddenly condensed a powerful spirit energy before throwing it forward. It instantly turned into tens of thousands of scarlet energy needles, covering the area Nangongyun was in like a wild storm. If there was a way to dodge the energy blades before, this attack couldn't be dodged at all. The Black Fighter was hit several hundred times, and it suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a ball of flames. The Eagle Ruler gave a cold snort, but after taking care of this fighter, he prepared to look for the others, but he found that they had already disappeared. Chapter 583. Nangongyun was in a very sorry state as she stumbled out of the transport array. Her clothes were in tatters, and she was heavily injured, but she let out a long sigh of relief. There was a flash of flames on her body, and all her injuries were automatically healed. That old thing really is strong. It's a good thing this old lady brought a transport scroll. Nangongyun immediately ran off to report her work. It was too risky for Nangongyun to launch a sneak attack on Imperial City, but it was a good thing they didn't suffer any losses. The other Black Thunder fighters were covered by Nangongyun and were now smoothly leaving the Eagle Burial Kingdom. The success of this operation was mainly because of Meng Qingwu's intelligence-gathering work. Before the Eagle Burial Kingdom attacked the Kingdom Alliance, Meng Qingwu had already gathered information on the Eagle Burial Kingdom through various channels. Therefore, she was able to accurately destroy the most important fortresses of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. This sneak attack didn't affect the Eagle Burial Kingdom's main force, but it was a large blow to the Eagle Burial Kingdom. At least half of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's food reserves were gone, which would cause a large panic in the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Nangong, you've worked hard. Have a good rest. Meng Qingwu's plan had just taken the first step, and she immediately began the second step. She called Feng Kai-dai and Yun Yao back and said to the two of them with a serious expression, "Your mission is also very important. I want you to go to the surrounding kingdoms occupied by the Eagle Burial Kingdom and cut off their food supply routes to the Eagle Burial Kingdom. At the same time, you need to help these countries recover." Even if Nangong Yun didn't have the foresight of Meng Qingwu, at this point, she at least knew what Meng Qingwu wanted to do. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was a spirit beast kingdom. In the first place, it was not good at farming, and in the past 10 years, it had been militarizing and attacking small and medium-sized countries everywhere. During the course of the war, the scale of its army was growing crazily every year, and its consumption was very large. It could only be maintained by fighting to sustain itself. The Eagle Burial Kingdom didn't slow down their invasion over the years because they couldn't stop. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had to keep plundering and expanding. Now, in order to deal with the rising kingdom alliance, the Eagle Burial Kingdom had to stop all their attacks. This was a very dangerous matter in itself. Now Meng Qingwu had sent people to destroy several large granaries of the Eagle Burial Kingdom and was prepared to use military force to cut off the supply routes around the Eagle Burial Kingdom. She also used diplomatic and commercial methods to support the opposing forces of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Even if they didn't directly fight the main force of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, Meng Qingwu also had a way to drag down this outwardly strong but inwardly weak warring states. When Chu Tian came to the Great Zhou country to persuade the Blood Eagle King, the 5 wins and 5 losses he mentioned wasn't a joke. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had a strong military, but they didn't have enough economic and material strength. This country didn't need external help to die internally. Nangong Yun quickly said to Meng Qing Yun, Yao, I shall of King Yun, Yao. Meng Qingwu shook her head. Nangong, relax. You have an even more important mission. You'll be organizing the fighter fleet now, and then be on standby to attack the subterranean world. Nangong Yun's spirit array. Understood. After Feng Kai-dai and Yun Yao finished their preparations, they immediately set off to travel around the various countries. Meng Qingwu had borrowed quite a few experts from the 4 giants and recruited quite a few experts from the forest. The 20,000 Mecha Berserker army that had defeated the Dark Eagle army on the Warhound's Plains had also arrived in the Great Zhou Kingdom before the Eagle Burial Kingdom decided to attack the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although there was a large disparity in strength, it was enough to deal with them for a while. Now, they were just waiting for the Eagle Burial Kingdom to change. Things in the Northern Kingdom were done. Meng Qingwu had to start dealing with the subterranean world again. Now that the 4 powers of the Forest of Chaos were fighting with the subterranean world, in terms of absolute strength, even if the subterranean world gathered most of the Purgatory world, they still couldn't compare to the Forest Alliance. However, the subterranean world and the Purgatory world were complicated, so the Forest Alliance couldn't do anything. Regarding the subterranean world, even Miracle City couldn't gather too much information. The Forest Alliance's soldiers and troops couldn't enter the subterranean world for now, so the Forest Alliance's main strategy was to defend and counter harassment. Meng Qingwu gave the Forest Alliance a monitoring device developed by Miracle Commerce, monitoring the underground life forms to the greatest degree, preventing the important resources and cities from being ambushed by the insects. On one hand, she had the Elven King lead the 4 giants, directly attacking the subterranean world cities from the Purgatory world. The 4 of them were enough to fight against an army of thousands. The Forest Alliance continued to send reports of losses and casualties, even having several forest cities captured, but in comparison, a portion of the sneak attacks were stopped and the spirit insect armies that came to ambush them were eliminated. The messenger that came from the purgatory world told Meng Qingwu that the four giants had already taken down several cities in the subterranean world. Both sides were in a deadlock, consuming each other's strength, with no one gaining an advantage. This was clearly beneficial to the subterranean world. The spirit insects weren't afraid of consumption and didn't care about this bit of loss because the spirit insect kingdom was a highly collectivist society. This was related to the nature of the insect race and their social structure. The Forest Alliance was indeed a democratic society with a high degree of autonomy. No matter how many people died in the subterranean world, the will of the highest leader wouldn't waver, and countless soldiers would charge to the surface. The Forest Alliance's situation was different. More and more forest cities were attacked, and with self-interest, some city lords would have thoughts of withdrawing from the Forest Alliance. The Forest Alliance had just been formed. This kind of trend would be a very, very large blow to the Forest Alliance. This newly formed alliance would even be in danger of collapsing. Meng Qingwu went around comforting them while also taking the initiative against the subterranean world, but what she could do was limited in the end. She needed a way to reverse this situation. At this crucial moment, an exciting piece of news came. The Space Gate was finally finished. Because the Space Gate's construction was top secret, in order to not attract attention and trouble, even Meng Qingwu didn't check the situation during the construction. So Meng Qingwu didn't know the progress of the Space Gate. However, with the complexity of the Space Gate, it would take longer than planned. Who would have thought that with the combined efforts of Chu Tian and Meng Yingying, the Space Gate would be completed 2 days earlier than expected? Now, the entire basin was covered in a layer of stone. The Space Gate was shaped like a giant door, or it could be said that it looked like a giant door frame. It was over 100 meters tall and stood in the center of the basin. This giant door frame was completely made of crystals and precious metals, with large amounts of spatial runes engraved on it. There were also countless eyes of the star and spatial crystals embedded in it, creating a large array that was as complex as the stars in the sky. Meng Qingwu looked at this grand structure and muttered to herself, "This is the Space Gate? It really is a grand sight." That's right, this is the Space Gate that can transport a group or even an army. Chu Tian and Meng Yingying had been busy for many days, and the two of them looked a bit tired. Chu Tian said to Meng Qingwu, "Let's begin." Miracle City had around 100,000 soldiers. This was far from enough because the company's best equipment was all given to the Great Zhou country's mech suit army. Now, they didn't have this kind of equipment for this army, and Miracle City had only been built for a short time. These soldiers didn't have enough training, so they couldn't be the main force of an important battle. Of course, the Space Gate could be used for large-scale teleportations, but there was a limit. Once there were too many, the energy would be overloaded. With Miracle City's current energy supply, even if the entire city's energy was used, they couldn't send several 100,000 people at once. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu decided that they would only choose 30,000 elites, and the rest would be gathered from the other cities and the four giants. The target of their attack this time was the Spider Queen's city. It wasn't something a single family could break. They needed many parties to work together to have a greater chance of success. The giant mountain ridge had 20 titans and over 2,000 giants. The dragon ridge had 15 dragons, 200 liches, and over 1,000 experts. The savage highlands had 20 behemoths and over 10,000 of Burst Claw's personal guards. Finally, there was the Eternal Forest. The Eternal Forest was more troublesome. It was hard for those old fogies to pass a resolution to mobilize the elven army. Even if they wanted to pass it, they would argue for a year and a half. Finally, several dozen elven city lords brought their guards and came to help in private. Although the army wasn't big, their battle strength was off the charts. In 2 days, these troops gathered in Miracle City. They gathered together with the 30,000 elites of Miracle City and gathered in front of the space gate. Chu Tian stood in front of the space gate. Everyone, the Forest Alliance is the home of everyone in the forest. The Forest Alliance can bring the entire forest rich material and spiritual pleasures. The Forest Alliance is the foundation and confidence for us to stand on the continent. Now that our Forest Alliance has reached a critical moment, those bugs crawling out of the ground actually want to destroy the Alliance and make the forest forever chaotic. What do you think we should do? Kill, kill, kill. Shouts that were like mountains and seas came from all around. We've suffered quite a bit in this period of time and suffered large losses. Now it's time to let them have a taste of our might. Chu Tian took a step back and loudly shouted, "I announce in the name of Miracle City's City Lord, open the space gate." Miracle City's energy was like 1,000 rivers flowing into this place. The entire field lit up with runes, spreading from the surroundings to the center, and finally gathering on the huge door-shaped building. Then, a powerful force condensed in the middle of the door-shaped building, and the entire space exploded with ear-piercing thunder and lightning. This space was like a basin of water that was being heated to a boiling state by the high temperature. Finally, a tearing sound rang out. A giant crack appeared, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Countless cracks intertwined with each other, gradually forming a giant whirlpool. The whirlpool was very unstable at first, and there was a very strong flow of energy within it. However, the large-scale formation continued to work, and the unstable energy flow was quickly dispersed. An image gradually appeared in the whirlpool, and it was the environment of the underground world. Chapter 584. The Spider Queen Alexis main city was in the core of the subterranean world, so this city was named after the queen. The city wasn't very big, but the people living in this city were all the Spider Queen's descendants, blood relatives, and most loyal guards. Alexis City was surrounded by other underground cities. There were all kinds of passes, forts, and danger zones. There were countless of them. Even if there was an army that wanted to attack Alexis City, they would have to pass through layers of steep terrain first, going through all kinds of harsh and dangerous areas, as well as pass after pass after pass before finally being able to attack Alexis City. It was because it was very difficult that no one doubted that Alexis City would fall. I think we're here. The spirit insect race's main city is in front of us. 4 cloaked figures appeared in the underground world. They were standing in a very spacious underground field. The entire field was filled with strange underground plants. Some looked like mushrooms, while others looked like vines. It was quite a mystical scene. The spirit insect race's legendary Alexis City was now visible to the naked eye. The 4 of them were none other than the elven King Lancelot and the other 3 large characters. Although it was hard to pass through Alexis City, and there were all kinds of spirit insect forts blocking key areas, a trivial 4 people wasn't a big target, not to mention that the 4 of them weren't normal people wanting to sneak in without being discovered. Wasn't that an easy matter? Let's do it here. Deathwing Nidhogg's dignified dragon eyes looked around. Are Chu Tian's methods really reliable? The entire army was transported here. How could something like this be done? The Elven King revealed an elegant smile. Dragon Lord, before Chu Tian appeared, Miracle City's transport tower was also a very unreliable thing. Chu Tian can turn unreliable into reliable. What are you saying this for? Burst Claw had the most impatient personality. Let's begin. Thunder's Fury nodded and immediately began to prepare. He was a titan, and the giant's craftsman shook the world. Therefore, Thunder's Fury wasn't lacking in this aspect. Thunder's Fury used an eye of the star as the core and began to build a simple transport tower. The space gate was different from the teleportation tower. The teleportation tower's teleportation point and receiving point were equivalent. As for the space gate, it was different. The most important thing was the teleportation point that tore through space. As for the receiving point, it only needed to be connected to the teleportation point. After Thunder's Fury finished building the transport tower, the three of them waited at the side. Half a day later, the teleportation tower lit up. A wave of energy suddenly descended from the void, causing the space around the teleportation tower to distort. Elemental energy wildly flowed about, and various types of energy clashed back and forth. The eyes of the star embedded on the surface of the transport tower suddenly shattered into pieces. When the eye of the star shattered, a large amount of energy was released into the surroundings, forming a door-like structure. Impressively, it was a huge teleportation portal in a state of nothingness. It consumes one eye of the star each time. The Elf King felt sorry for the broken eye of the star. The cost of such a teleportation is quite high. The Dragon Lord indifferently said, "If we can complete the teleportation of an army, what does a mere eye of the star count for?" This transport tower that had just been constructed was already destroyed, but the four giants revealed a faint trace of worry because the space gate could be connected to any transport tower. This meant that Miracle City's army could be sent to any of their bases, whether it was the Eternal Forest, the Savage Highlands, the Dragon's Ridge, or the Giant Mountain, no matter how tight the defenses were, no matter how complicated the terrain was. These had no meaning in front of Miracle City at all. Miracle City's space gate could directly connect to their transport towers. So Miracle City's army could appear anywhere on the continent. Perhaps no one would feel safe in this situation. Could they destroy the transport tower? This was clearly not reliable. In the past, when there was no transport tower, everyone didn't feel that anything was wrong. Now that they were used to using the transport tower to go out, they realized that they couldn't live without it. There was no mode of transportation on the continent that could compare to the transport tower. There was no use thinking about this now. The Forest Alliance had just been formed, and everyone was in their honeymoon period. Not to mention that Miracle City always used a win-win method. Although they had a high influence and reputation in the Forest of Chaos, they had never occupied a city or town. Rather, they established a cooperation platform and let everyone join in. Miracle City's strategy was to be strong, but not bully. They didn't need to worry about falling out. When the space gate gradually formed, because the tearing of space created a very strong energy fluctuation, it also created a very ear-piercing noise that could be heard from 100 miles away. This was the main flaw of the space gate. Actually, if the people of this era had a strong enough sense of defense, each important city would have a quick response force to the space gate. The space gate needed time to form. As long as the space gate didn't appear, as long as they could interrupt it, they could stop it. If they had strong enough spatial technology, they wouldn't even need to send out a quick response force. They just needed to use a spatial interference device to deal with the space gate's sudden invasion. This was the method of the later generations. It was not feasible in this era. Although it was like this, the space gate's appearance was very loud, and Alexis City's army had already felt it. Therefore, after a bit of chaos, several spirit insect generals led tens of thousands of soldiers out of the city to check the situation. What is that? The spirit insects saw a giant door-like building in the distance, appearing in the wilderness in front of them. When it was formed, it released a strong light and energy. This kind of strange scene was simply unheard of. The spirit insects didn't know what was going on, so naturally they didn't dare move forward. They didn't know. This short moment of being stunned was actually their last chance. The space gate went from blurry to clear. Now it had basically formed. The scene inside the space gate became clearer and clearer, gradually showing what Miracle City looked like. This is bad. A spirit insect general saw the 100-meter-tall space gate in the distance and the scene of the surface world appearing. His expression immediately fell as he said, "This is the plot of those damn fellows from the surface. Kill them all for me." What was going on was no longer important. The surface world appearing in the space gate meant that it was related to the surface world. How tense was the relationship between the subterranean world and the surface world? Therefore, anything related to the surface world was an enemy of the subterranean world. Destroying it and killing, it was the right choice. However, it was too late. An ear-piercing whistle rang out. Several dozen Miracle City black lightnings charged into the space gate first, arriving in the subterranean world with a suffocating speed. They charged straight at the subterranean world's army. Source energy cannons, various missiles, and heavy source energy guns wildly swept out, catching the subterranean spirit insects off guard. They were all in a very sorry state. The several dozen black lightnings did not fight. After they quickly passed by the army, they headed straight for Alexis City. "Wall break! Wall break!" Nan Gongyin shouted out as she shot out a black missile. This missile covered in source energy arrays was pushed forward, and it flew in a straight trajectory towards Alexis City's barrier before exploding. The energy of Alexis City's barrier was far stronger than the Eagle Burial Kingdom's Imperial City. The wall breakers could open a giant hole in the Eagle Burial King City's barrier, but they could only create a small piece of damage here. It was a good thing they had the numbers to make up for this, with 8-9 wall breakers working at the same time, solidifying a large piece of the barrier. "Shatter it!" Several dozen source energy cannons wildly shot out, and like breaking a mirror, a large hole appeared in Alexis City's barrier. The spirit insects didn't even have time to be shocked before there was a deafening sound of footsteps coming from the space gate. Giant behemoths came out one after another, with titans covered in lightning, and even several dragons quickly charging out. The behemoths slammed down with their claws. The earth shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Cracks appeared on the ground, like dragons swimming on the ground, violently rushing towards these warriors. Wherever the cracks passed, people would be sent flying. Titan's lightning followed closely behind. Hundreds and thousands of warriors were struck by these lightning bolts and turned into charcoal on the spot. The dragons flapped their giant wings as they appeared above them. Balls of dragon flames were spat out, and more spirit insect warriors were turned to ashes. The spirit insect warriors were already caught off guard by this series of sudden changes. More and more of Miracle City's army entered the subterranean world, using a crushing method to defeat the weak spirit insect elites. Then they began to attack Alexis City. Chu Tian came out of the space gate and immediately found the Elven King and the others. He walked over with a laugh and said, "I've troubled you all?" Lancelot and the others weren't lightly shocked by Miracle City's transport gate. Countless warriors came out of the transport gate like there was no end to them. In the history of the continent, when had there been such a shocking scene? Disregarding distance, disregarding the environment, and disregarding all obstacles, the most elite army directly moved in front of the enemy to fight. No matter how fast they reacted, they would still be caught off guard. There were already sounds of intense fighting coming from Alexis City. It should be the Spider Queen and Miracle City's attacking army fighting. The Spider Queen is a Heaven Domain expert that isn't weak, and there might be more than one Heaven Domain expert in this city. In order to reduce our casualties, I hope you all can help us. Chapter 585. Alexis City was one of the most important cities in the subterranean world. How could this kind of city's defenses be weak? The Spider Queen had a noble status. She was the strongest expert in the subterranean world and was the dictator that ruled over half of the subterranean world. She even wanted to expand into the purgatory world and the surface world. This was a mission with both strength and methods. Alexis City was the Spider Queen's main city. Not only did this city have experts like clouds, it also had an impeccable terrain. Adding in the Spider Queen's fame and power, it was a sacred city that the subterranean world looked up to. They never thought that there would be a day when it would be attacked. Now, it had really happened. Everything happened so suddenly. The giant dragons, behemoths, titans, and elven city lords, each of them had a battle strength close to the heaven domain realm, adding up to 70 to 80 of them. Adding in the 4 giants of the Forest of Chaos, just this force was enough to crush most cities on the continent. Now, there were tens of thousands of elite soldiers with peak experts from the 4 major powers, as well as Miracle Commerce's newest weapons. Alexis City was caught off guard and was suddenly attacked like this, showing a one-sided defeat. This was the decisive battle between the surface world and the subterranean world. After a wyvern successfully destroyed the surrounding buildings, its eyes suddenly fell on the castle that was embedded in the center like a jewel. It spread its wings and immediately flew towards that location. Dragon flames that could instantly vaporize steel gathered in its mouth. Roar! The wyvern spat out a large amount of dragon flames. Each dragon flame was independent and contained terrifying destructive power, and they shot towards the castle like arrows. Just as the exploding dragon flame was about to hit the castle, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from inside the castle. Glowing dark red threads shot out from inside the castle, each of them colliding with the dragon flame. When the threads collided with the dragon flame, the powerful energy contained within them instantly dispersed the dragon flame. The dragon revealed a look of shock. The dragon flame was the main attack method of the dragon race. The stronger the dragon, the stronger its dragon flame attack. This dragon's strength was already close to the heaven domain realm, but it was easily broken by the other side. This could only mean that this breaker's strength was far above its own. The dragon felt this was bad and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Tens of thousands of strands of spider silk shot into the sky and wrapped around the wyvern's back. These strands of spider silk looked thin, but each strand contained extraordinary power. They forcibly broke the wyvern's scales. The wyvern was immediately covered in cuts and bruises. It angrily cried out and tried to break free. Countless strands of spider silk pulled back, and a figure was pulled up from the ground. This was a half-human, half-spider person. Her body was twice the size of a normal spider person, and she was covered in a strange purple color from head to toe. Her upper body was that of a cold and mature woman, and her lower body was that of a terrifying 8 spider legs. The combination of beauty and ugliness did not seem out of place at all. She was surrounded by countless strands of spider silk. She could leap into the air and walk on the spider silk. This person's identity was almost obvious. She was definitely the famous Spider Queen of the underground world. At this moment, the Spider Queen's face was filled with rage. She had dominated the subterranean world for hundreds of years, and it had always been her who invaded others. She had never thought that one day her main city would be attacked by others. So, she was quickly pulled into the air by the spider silk. A blood-red spider silk appeared in her hand, and she gently wrapped it around the wyvern's neck. This spider silk was so small that it was hard to see with the naked eye, but it contained a very strong cutting power. Adding the Spider Queen's powerful spirit energy, it was enough to cut off the wyvern's head. When the Spider Queen was about to make a move, a deep dragon roar sounded in the sky as Deathwing's human form quickly fell down. His dragon claw was covered in black dragon flames, sweeping across the sky and burning the dangerous spider silk. Deathwing quickly approached the Spider Queen, and his other hand was covered in dragon flames, slapping at the Spider Queen's head. The Spider Queen raised her hand. Several hundred spider silk came out of her palm and weaved into a giant net. The spider silk was covered in all kinds of runes, and the giant net turned into a giant barrier. Deathwing's claw, filled with death dragon flames, landed on the barrier, and the two of them were separated at the same time. Very strong, truly worthy of being the most famous king of the underground world. Spider Nuwa let out an ear-piercing cry, and countless strands of spider silk that the naked eye could see came out of her body, instantly covering the sky above the city. Spider silk domain. There were at least hundreds of millions of spider silk. Each strand of spider silk was hard to distinguish, and each strand of spider silk contained a powerful energy. The flying demon beasts sent by Miracle City flew over Alexis City. Because they passed through the spider silk, they were instantly cut into countless pieces. Several of Miracle City's Black Thunder planes accidentally entered this area and touched the sharp spider silk. The energy shield didn't have any effect at all, and the planes were instantly cut in half like soft tofu. As they fell, they touched another strand and were cut into 4 pieces, 8 pieces, 16 pieces. Even a powerful creature like a flying dragon would be seriously injured when it fell into the spider silk, finally not being able to move. It was like a moth falling into a spider's web, being tightly glued to it. With the Spider Queen's strength, she controlled the entire sky. Silk Blade Rain. The Spider Queen's hands moved, and countless strands of spider silk fell down like rain. These strands of spider silk completely ignored protective spirit energy and quickly covered the entire city. If people weren't careful while running, they would be cut in half and die a miserable death. Parasitic silk. The Spider Queen released a large amount of spider silk, and this spider silk directly entered a person's skull. Then the person that was penetrated by the spider silk would wildly attack their companions around them. Chu Tian saw this from afar. Silk Source Spirit, this kind of cultivation was already in the 7th heaven domain layer. In other words, in terms of the Spider Queen's cultivation, only Lancelot could compare to her. The other 3 giants were a level lower. I advise you not to be distracted. Deathwing was not in a rush to make a move. After seeing the Spider Queen's series of actions, he said in a very cold voice, "Your opponent is me." The Spider Queen's eyes were filled with a cold glow. Countless strands of spider silk were sent out like waves, moving like waves as they all charged at Deathwing at the same time. Deathwing's body was covered in black dragon flames. When the strands of spider silk came close, they were all turned to ashes. Although the Spider Queen's cultivation was higher than Deathwing's as a true giant dragon, Deathwing was blessed by the heavens. It wasn't hard for him to fight someone 1 or 2 levels above him. The Spider Queen's spirit energy turned into spider silk that was an unstoppable death weapon to others, but it wasn't a threat to Deathwing at all. The Spider Queen's 10 fingers moved when she saw this. The millions of strands of spider silk gathered in the spider silk domain. These strands of glowing spider silk turned into different shapes, finally forming all kinds of arrays. Heaven-splitting claw. Deathwing was quickly suppressed by the power of the array, and his claws quickly swept out. Surging dragon flames were released along with the claw glow, and the surrounding source energy arrays were all broken. The Spider Queen's expression slightly changed. She quickly raised her hands and shot out tens of thousands of sharp strands. The countless strands intersected around Deathwing, quickly forming a dense forest. Each strand was filled with strong spirit energy, and each strand released a dazzling glow, as if it could cut through anything in this world. Even if a Heaven Domain expert fell into this forest of strands, they would be instantly cut to pieces. Deathwing was not afraid at all. His body was covered in dragon flames as he charged at the countless strands. These strands that could cut through profound, iron-like tofu cut through Deathwing's body. They passed through his protective spirit energy and left large amounts of cuts on his scales, but they were quickly burned by the dragon flames. Scram! Deathwing passed through the dense forest of spider silk and appeared in front of the Spider Queen. The scales on his body were already covered in dragon blood, but these were just superficial wounds. Deathwing's power erupted, and a flaming fist slammed at the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's hands opened, and a barrier of glowing spider silk appeared in front of her. Deathwing's fist directly shattered the barrier, and the Spider Queen was covered in death dragon flames. She fell to the ground from the sky, and the giant force caused the surrounding area to cave in. Deathwing slowly fell from the sky, and his broken scales quickly healed. With a giant dragon's strong recovery ability, these injuries quickly healed. The Elven King, Thunder's Fury, and Burstclaw were all watching without making a move. None of these four were normal people. The Elven King had the highest cultivation, and he had a rare innate time talent. Although the other three's cultivations were a bit weaker, they all had the advantage of their races. It could be said that any one of them was an expert that could shake a region. It was because they were all great characters and were worthy of being experts that they disdained working together to attack them. Of course, Deathwing's strength was enough. The Spider Queen was indeed strong, but she couldn't beat this giant dragon. The four of them walked to the side of the giant hole. The Spider Queen had been heavily injured by the dragon flames and was currently struggling to stand up. Her eyes were filled with hatred and hatred. Lancelot said, "Your strength isn't weak. How about you join us?" "You want me to join you?" The Spider Queen said with a cold smile, "I am the only king, and a king will never compromise. As long as I'm alive, I won't join you." Sue! A sword of lightning pierced through the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's eyes instantly popped out. Thunder's Fury's right arm was covered in lightning, and there was a long lightning blade in his palm. He coldly looked at the Spider Queen and said, "You think we won't kill you? Since you're seeking death, why wouldn't I help you?" The Spider Queen had been killed. This news set off a storm in the subterranean world. At least the cities that had been ruled by the Spider Queen were now free, and there were countless battles for fame and power. The subterranean world had lost a ruler, and the threat to the Forest Alliance was greatly reduced. At least Miracle City wouldn't place them in their eyes anymore. Chu Tian could use this chance to support several subterranean world characters, using this chance to pull the subterranean world closer to Miracle City. This would basically eliminate any future troubles. Chapter 586, Reporting to the City Lord. We found a palace that seems to be a treasure house in the city. A Miracle City soldier cleaning up the battlefield ran in front of Chu Tian. "Treasure house? Bring me to take a look." The Spider Queen spent most of her life expanding. From the surface to the purgatory world, there were traces of the Spider Queen, so how could this kind of ruler not have her own treasure house? But the scale of the Spider Queen's treasure house really made Chu Tian dumbfounded. Although he had guessed that the Spider Queen was very rich, he never thought she would be this rich. There were 6 floors in the palace, and each floor was filled with treasures. From various metals to elixirs, there were divine weapons and armor. There was as much as one wanted. Even Deathwing was shocked when he saw the Spider Queen's wealth. Where did this fellow get this much wealth? The Spider Queen was the highest ruler of the subterranean world, and all the resources of the subterranean world were in her hands. The Spider Queen's family was a powerful subterranean world clan that had existed for thousands of years, so how could her collection be small? Chu Tian swept it with his divine sense. Although he didn't look closely, he found quite a few important resources. There were over 10 level 3 immortal herbs and quite a few eyes of the star and other rare materials. The Spider Queen's collection was just too rich. There were many things from the surface and purgatory world. Chu Tian thought of the first time he had a conflict with the Spider Queen's forces. That was because the Spider Queen's descendant had occupied the Oldman mines and didn't even let a small dwarf town go. It could be imagined how greedy these insects were. The Spider Queen was the supreme ruler among them, and most of the resources she plundered would be offered to Imperial City in the end. Of course, the wealth was constantly being updated. The high-quality items that the Spider Queen really liked were stored in the treasure house. As for the low-quality items, they didn't even have the qualifications to be put in. Each year, there would be some things that weren't good enough that were removed from the treasure house to make room for better resources. We've really made a large profit this time. Chu Tian had an excited look on his face. How many source stones do you think the things inside are worth? The Dragon Lord said with his unique intuition towards wealth, I estimate around 50-60 million source stones. 50-60 million source stones. This was just the Spider Queen's personal collection. If the wealth of the entire Alexis Empire was taken out, what kind of shocking number would that be? I won't take advantage of you. Chu Tian was very satisfied. Everyone has a share of this money. How about we split it equally among the 5 families? The 4 magnates were stunned. What a generous gesture. Although the 4 giants had great contributions in taking down Alexis City, it was all thanks to Chu Tian's space gate. Without Miracle City's space gate, what could the 4 giants do? Miracle City's investment in the space gate wasn't small. Therefore, even if Chu Tian took 1 or 2 more portions, the others would have nothing to say. Now, Chu Tian didn't care about all this, and directly split it evenly with the 4 magnates. This was not a little bit of wealth. Everyone is the pillar of the Forest Alliance, so there's no need to be polite with me. When the Forest Alliance is officially expanding, we'll take this wealth back and use it as development funds. I believe that the Forest Alliance's development will take a step further. Chu Tian waved his hand. Let's look around and see if there's anything special here. The 4 giants revealed looks of satisfaction. This was also why they liked cooperating with Chu Tian. Chu Tian was a free and easy person. He didn't care about gains and losses. If this treasure worth 50 million was split evenly, each family would make a profit of 10 million. If this wealth was used to invest in the Alliance's platform, the 4 giants' power would soar, and they could even easily charge out of the Forest of Chaos. The richest person in the forest, Nidhogg, was filled with excitement. Not to mention the other 3, the Savage Highlands were very poor, so they couldn't compete with the other 3 in the Forest Alliance. This money was enough to solve this urgent problem. Although the giants weren't poor, they consumed a large amount of resources. There were many things in the Queen's treasury that the giants needed the most. The Elven King was the same. The elves weren't poor, but they were restricted by the old guard, so most of the wealth couldn't be used. This income was very important to the Elven King. Wait a minute, this is Spider Crystal. A large treasure chest filled with a kind of gray crystal appeared in front of him. Chu Tian instantly revealed a look of wild joy. He was even more excited than seeing an immortal herb. He immediately rushed over and grabbed a handful to study. What material is this? Even the Titan Thunder Fury had never seen this kind of crystal before. Is this thing special? This is the so-called rare things are precious. The Dragon Lord looked over it. There were over 100 boxes of this gray crystal, and it didn't seem like a precious material at all. Please take a look. Chu Tian held a spider crystal in his hand. He poured his spirit energy into the crystal and activated it. From the spider crystal, there were tens of thousands of glowing threads that floated around like hair. They floated around and did not dissipate for a long time. The value of the spider crystal is that it is an excellent source energy array carrier. These tens of thousands of strands of spider silk were controlled by his mind. They were like needles in the hands of a tailor, constantly intertwining and joining together, finally gradually forming an incomparably large source energy array. The four giants all revealed looks of shock. Chu Tian continued to say, "The higher the quality of the spider crystal, the larger the capacity. The spider crystal in my hand is enough to hold a complete source energy computer, which means that as long as we have these spider crystals, Miracle Commerce can make a smaller and lighter supercomputer. They can even use high-quality spider crystals or large amounts of spider crystals to create calculations that are 10 or even 100 times faster. What do you think about the value of this thing?" The spider crystal could be used to lay down arrays. A large array spider crystal could be easily stored inside. The spider crystal's value was not high in this era. The reason why the Spider Queen collected it was most likely because she liked it. It was probably because the spider crystal seemed to be related to the spider race. This kind of material had a revolutionary position in the source energy technology era. After Miracle Commerce's source energy computing matrix was developed, the Yun sect had been working hard to optimize and upgrade it. Although the calculation speed was becoming faster, there was no qualitative change. This was because it required several hundred source energy arrays to work at the same time, so the source energy computer could not be compressed. Now, the situation was different. The new array carrier, a small spider crystal, was enough to hold several hundred source energy arrays. The spider crystal itself was a material that could hold spiritual bodies, so it could be used to create a portable smart brain. If this material was used in large amounts, Miracle Commerce would reach a whole new level in the future. Lancelot said, "Since there are this many spider crystals in the treasury, that means there must be a spider crystal mine in the subterranean world. We have to find this mine. It has a large significance to the Forest Alliance." The other three also thought this. The spider crystal in the Spider Queen's treasury had clearly been refined, which meant that the subterranean world had already been mining this resource. They were too lazy to keep looking at the treasures. They interrogated the captives and finally found out the whereabouts of the spider crystal mine. Spider crystals were not a rare resource in the subterranean world. There were over 5 known spider crystal mines in the subterranean world. This discovery made Chu Tian wild with joy. There was actually such a rich mine. The new generation of source energy technology could be developed with spider crystals as a carrier. The spider crystal mine could be slowly mined. Chu Tian first had to clean up the mess in front of him. The Spider Queen had been taken care of, and Alexis City had been taken over. The Alexis Kingdom had fallen. The Alexis Kingdom was the largest power and pillar of the subterranean world, so its chaos naturally spread to the entire subterranean world. The attitudes of the underground cities varied. There were those who were angry, those who were lucky, those who were happy, and those who were sad. The Spider Queen had ruled the subterranean world for around 200 years, so naturally there were many descendants and loyal people who wanted revenge. Only they were met with the wild titan's lightning and the shadow of the giant dragon's wings. Although they met a bit of resistance, it was not worth mentioning. It didn't take long before they were easily defeated. The spirit insects were not humans, so they didn't have any civilization or culture. They didn't have boring things like honor. Just like the dark races and demons of the purgatory world, the spirit insects of the subterranean world worshipped the strong and were a race that placed strength above all else. They were a race that easily submitted to power. The Forest Alliance's army swept through the restless cities, displaying a powerful battle strength. The other cities all hid like turtles, not daring to come out and criticize the Forest Alliance. Alexis City had been destroyed. Could they be stronger than the Spider Queen? Alexis City's destruction was very strange. The Forest Alliance's army seemed to have suddenly appeared in the underground world, appearing in the center of the subterranean world. There wasn't a single spirit insect that noticed this, which was undoubtedly a very strange matter. There were more and more rumors about the Forest Alliance. If the Forest Alliance army could suddenly appear in Alexis Imperial City, then they could appear in front of any of the great spirit insect lords. Even the powerful Spider Queen couldn't take a single blow. So what did they count for in front of the Forest Alliance? The subterranean world had lost the Spider Queen, and the entire power system was being reshuffled. The spirit insect lords were even secretly surrendering to the Forest Alliance because these spirit insects knew that the Forest Alliance had defeated the Alexis Kingdom, but the Forest Alliance couldn't directly take over the subterranean powers. They needed to develop their own local influence, and this was the best time to take advantage of it. Chu Tian conveniently split the Alexis Kingdom into several pieces. This way, the subterranean world would be in chaos for a while, but it wouldn't be a threat to the surface. Even if there was a new, stable structure in the future, it would be restricted by Miracle City and Miracle Commerce, so they wouldn't dare or have the ability to rebel. In for a penny, in for a pound. After dealing with the subterranean world, they would deal with the purgatory world. Deathwing and Burst Claw had already led their armies to find a path to the purgatory world. The Purgatory World had the Forest Alliance's space fortress, so the Forest Alliance army could stay in the Purgatory World for a long time. They could protect their current Purgatory World territory, and they could also eat away at other areas of the Purgatory World. The Purgatory World didn't have as many people as the Subterranean World, and the Purgatory World was more divided, but the Purgatory World had more experts than the Subterranean World. It was a bit troublesome to deal with them, but with experts like Burst Claw and Deathwing, this little problem could be easily solved. Chapter 587. The Subterranean World had Lancelot and Nidhogg. The Purgatory World had Titan's Thunderfury and Behemoth's Burst Claw. Chu Tian didn't have anything to worry about, so he directly returned to Miracle City. The first thing he did was to find the Young Miss and the Yun Sect's highest officials. Not only did we win the war against the subterranean world, we also obtained an unexpected harvest from this operation. Miracle City still couldn't establish a communication channel with the underground world. However, Chu Tian could use the space warehouse to send messages, so Meng Qingwu already knew the situation in the subterranean world. This good news had already spread through the Forest Alliance, making the Forest Alliance members cheer. This victory not only eliminated the Forest Alliance's greatest enemy, the Forest Alliance also used this chance to enter the underground world. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What would the unexpected harvest be? The matter that made Chu Tian come back to the city was definitely not a small matter. Elder Clark, Old Yun, and Old Gu, the problem of the new material that you've been worrying about has now been solved. Chu Tian placed a pile of spider crystals on the table. From today onwards, all important or complex products of Miracle Commerce will be replaced with spider crystals. Everyone understood the use of the spider crystals, so they all focused on the large array. The source energy array carriers on the continent for tens of thousands of years were mostly beast skins, stone plates, and crystal plates. These materials were easy to obtain, but there were too many inconveniences. It was fine to make small to medium-scale source energy arrays, but large-scale source energy arrays, especially one made of countless source energy arrays, couldn't hold them at all. Miracle Commerce's supercomputer or the Black Thunder Fighter. These complex products all needed a set of source energy arrays. Large amounts of source energy arrays needed to be engraved on a carrier and then placed in a special box. The source energy array was large and took up a lot of space. The more complex the structure, the easier it was to damage it. This kind of engraved array, if it wasn't properly protected, any impact or attack could damage it. Even if a single array was damaged a little, the entire array system would be useless. This was undoubtedly very inconvenient. Miracle Commerce's technology was becoming more and more mature now. In the future, choosing a better, more stable, and more outstanding carrier for the array would have a very important effect. The discovery of the spider crystal was just the right time for Miracle Commerce. The old fellows of the Yun sect had been searching for new materials for half a year. Now that they knew the use of the spider crystal, they were all filled with excitement. Chu Tian announced the plan. I hope to upgrade Miracle City's city management smart brain, especially the core manager 0. There needs to be at least 100 high-quality spider crystals embedded in it, allowing it to calculate tens of billions of times a second. Everyone was taken aback. Tens of billions of times per second? Even if all of Miracle City's smart brains were added together, they couldn't reach this speed. Meng Qingwu was also filled with joy and excitement. Now that Miracle City was becoming larger and larger, there was more and more data that needed to be processed each day. Zero's ability was becoming more and more insufficient. So if this breakthrough upgrade could be completed, Miracle City would become more orderly. Although it sounded very scary, with a good thing like the spider crystal and the thousands of people in the Yun sect responsible for the source energy matrix, it was only a matter of time before a new generation of smart brains appeared. Chu Tian announced a series of plans. In short, because of the appearance and use of the spider crystal, Miracle City's future development was worth looking forward to. The Yun sect's people all left, and there was only the young miss left in the conference room. Meng Qingwu said to Chu Tian, I never thought that I would have such an important harvest in the subterranean world. The value of the spider crystal to me is even higher than the underground world itself. Of course, Miracle Commerce has reached a bottleneck. It isn't a bottleneck in innovation or technology. Rather, it is a bottleneck in materials. The appearance of the spider crystal this time is very different. Chu Tian suddenly thought of something. Speaking of this, we only have one problem left, and that is the Eagle Burial Kingdom. How is the Eagle Burial Kingdom now? How is the Great Zhou country? Is Big Sister Bing in danger? Relax. The Eagle Burial Kingdom isn't a threat at all. Oh, what do you mean? This matter began with Meng Qingwu's previous plan. At that time, Meng Qingwu's plan was to send Nangong Yun to launch a surprise attack, destroying the Eagle Burial Kingdom's 10 largest granaries and winning over the citizens of the destroyed kingdoms. When the Eagle Burial Kingdom's surprise attack succeeded, Meng Qingwu immediately spread the news to these areas. Under the instigation of Miracle Commerce, rebellions occurred everywhere, and the country fell into chaos. The 3 Eagle Kings had just taken a third of the Great Zhou country's cities, and before their butts even warmed, they received the order to return. They were immediately called back by the Eagle ruler and sent out to suppress the rebellions. The Eagle Burial Kingdom couldn't even take care of themselves. How could they still have the mind to deal with the 3 kingdoms? Once the news of the Spider Queen being killed reached the Eagle Burial Kingdom, perhaps the Eagle Burial Kingdom wouldn't even dare think of dealing with the 3 kingdoms. They would be pressured into making peace in the end. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. Good young miss. You made the Eagle Burial Kingdom this miserable without fighting them head-on. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's defeat was caused by themselves. Meng Qingwu revealed a very appropriate faint smile. If it wasn't for them wasting their resources and wildly invading other countries, they wouldn't have fallen to their current state. Chu Tian nodded. In for a penny, in for a pound. We'll strengthen the blockade and increase the military support for the restoration forces. We can't give the Eagle Burial Kingdom a single chance. Meng Qingwu said. Relax, this plan has just begun, and I have already prepared the next steps. The Eagle Burial Kingdom won't have a chance to make a comeback this time. The young miss said this. Chu Tian was also assured. From the Eagle Burial Kingdom in the north to the sea race in the west, and even the underground world, they had all been taken care of by Miracle City. This plot against the Forest Alliance had completely failed, and after this setback, the Forest Alliance would have another chance to erupt. After the Eagle Burial Kingdom was overthrown, the small and medium-sized kingdoms in the north would join together, forming a large power in the future. This would become Miracle City's back garden and market. After the underground world was subdued, the Forest Alliance could control the purgatory and subterranean powers, obtaining precious resources that couldn't be found on the surface, especially treasures like the spider crystal that had a large strategic value. The Northern Sea Race was still in a deadlock, but the deep blue Princess Jinluo was already in Miracle City. Chu Tian believed that it was only a matter of time before West Sea City joined the Forest Alliance. Miracle Commerce's influence spanned across many regions. In terms of population and influence, it completely surpassed a warring kingdom's power. Now it was already standing shoulder to shoulder with an empire-level power. Although Miracle Commerce was developing at a rapid pace, Chu Tian's individual strength wasn't strong enough. Therefore, Chu Tian felt that he should go into closed-door cultivation while he had time. He found quite a few level 3 immortal herbs in the Empress treasure room. Chu Tian had placed them in the space warehouse in the subterranean world. Now that he had returned to Miracle City's laboratory, Chu Tian took out an immortal herb and several demon ant eggs to refine a pill. The demon ant egg's greatest effect was to increase one's spiritual energy. The immortal herbs that Chu Tian chose had a certain spiritual energy increase effect. When he took the level 3 immortal pill, Chu Tian instantly felt his spiritual energy increase. Although spiritual energy increased his divine sense, Chu Tian's divine sense had already reached the vision domain level. If he wanted to advance again, it would be a very difficult matter. At least an immortal herb and several dozen demon ant eggs were far from enough. The main effect of this pill was still to increase his spirit energy. Not long ago, when Chu Tian was changing his body, he had accumulated a large amount of energy in his body that hadn't been completely digested. This time he used an immortal pill to increase his cultivation. Naturally, he jumped into the 9th true spirit layer, not far from the peak 9th true spirit layer. When Chu Tian was prepared to charge into the peak 9th true spirit layer, Meng Qingwu suddenly sent a message. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's Eagle ruler has sent a letter of peace, inviting the Forest Alliance's city lord to the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city to negotiate. This old fellow finally couldn't sit still anymore. Meng Qingwu said to Chu Tian, "There is no need to go to the Eagle Burial Kingdom's territory to negotiate. The Eagle ruler's sincerity is not enough. Perhaps he has another plan." Another plan? Chu Tian hoped that he had another plan. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was infamous for fighting all over the place, and the Eagle ruler was ambitious. With this kind of power existing, it would be detrimental to the peaceful development of the region. The Elven King and the Dragon Lord's mess in the subterranean world, I think they have pretty much cleaned it up. Chu Tian planned in his heart as he said, "I'll have the two of you come with me. No matter what tricks the Eagle Burial Kingdom plays, they can't do anything to me." With the protection of the Elven King and the Dragon Lord, of course, Meng Qingwu could be assured. The Elven King and the Dragon Lord returned from the subterranean world that day. The two of them followed Chu Tian to the Warhound Plains, which was the northernmost transport tower. They then went to the Eagle Burial Kingdom from the transport tower. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had been shaken in this period of time, and they had lost control of their internal and external territories. The several kingdoms that the Eagle Burial Kingdom had bitterly conquered over the years were now resisting with the support of Miracle City. Even if it was a motley crew, as long as they had Miracle Commerce's advanced equipment, they could become an army that would give people headaches. The subsidiary kingdoms had lost control, and the country had suffered heavy losses. Under these repeated attacks, many families in the Eagle Burial Kingdom began to have different opinions about the Eagle ruler. They began to question whether the Eagle Burial Kingdom's path of persistence was correct. The Eagle ruler was being doubted, so naturally he had to take action. This time, he invited Miracle City's city lord, who was also the highest leader of the Forest Alliance, Chu Tian, to come to the Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city to negotiate. This was done under pressure. Chu Tian was not stupid enough to think that the other side would give in because of this. This fellow had an arrogant and cruel personality. Wanting him to give in to a human, this was definitely impossible. Chu Tian wanted to see what kind of dragon's gate he could set up. Chapter 588. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's imperial city was located in the northern highlands with sparse vegetation and mainly grasslands. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's spirit beasts were like most of the spirit beasts on the continent. They were nomadic tribes. Royal City was also full of the nomadic style and characteristics. Stables for all kinds of livestock mounts could be seen everywhere, and the skeletons of all kinds of giant beasts were the main materials for houses. The castle palace in the center was called the Mammoth Palace. In fact, it was a huge palace complex built with 180 ancient mammoths as the pillars. Mammoth Palace was solemn at this moment. Several thousand spirit beast palace guards had serious expressions as they stood on both sides. The eagle race warriors flew in the sky as the bugle horns sounded and the drums sounded out. A dignified aura covered the Mammoth Royal Palace. The Forest Alliance's envoy has arrived. Two figures, one big and two small, appeared in front of Mammoth Palace. The three of them stood side by side, and both of them were wearing cloaks and wrapped up tightly, making them seem especially low-key. As for the human youth in the middle, he was the exact opposite. He was dressed in snow-white clothes, and his skin was enough to make a woman feel extreme desire. Yet his figure accentuated the masculinity that a man should have. His complexion was like jade, and he was handsome and elegant. Chu Tian walked into the main hall of the Mammoth Palace in an ostentatious manner. There were several hundred divine eagle race palace guards standing around him like statues. Each of them had the strength of a true spirit realm expert. There was a tall throne in the center of the palace, and there was an old man from the divine eagle race wearing a dark red royal robe sitting on it. This person was definitely the Eagle Emperor. Chu Tian walked up with a smile. Miracle City's city Lord Chu Tian greets His Majesty the Eagle Ruler. Miracle City's Chu Tian? As expected, his elegant demeanor was outstanding. I've heard a lot about you. The Eagle Emperor sized up Chu Tian from head to toe. He discovered that Chu Tian only had the cultivation of the rank 9 true spirit, and a trace of contempt flashed past his eyes. Then, his gaze landed on the two people behind Chu Tian, and he realized that he was unable to see through their strength. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "These two are—" "Both of you are experts from the Forest Alliance, and are now this little one's guards. So it's an expert from the Forest Alliance." The Falcon Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of fear, but he did not show it. He raised a hand and said, "The three of you have come from afar, so please take a seat." "Thank you, Eagle Emperor." Chu Tian's attitude was very appropriate. He didn't seem like the dominant party in this negotiation at all. He first cupped his hands in thanks to the Eagle Emperor, then walked to the throne that had been prepared at the side of the hall. The Elven King and the Dragon Lord sat on his left and right respectively. "The Eagle Emperor has invited me to discuss the peace treaty. This one deeply agrees and is honored. Peace is the cornerstone of prosperity. We should all strive for peace and reduce war. Chu Tian first said a bunch of polite words. May I ask how the Eagle Emperor is going to formulate this peace treaty? The Eagle Emperor's expression did not change. He only said indifferently, "There's no rush. Both of us are in the game. Even if we draw up a peace treaty, it will not be fair and credible enough. That's why this king has invited a notary." Chu Tian frowned slightly. It seemed that the notary was the source of the mystery. At this moment, a human slowly walked in from the side hall. He was wearing gray scale armor and had a gray cloak around his neck. His hair was gray, and he had a small beard. His left hand was pressed against a sword at his waist. He looked very ordinary, and he was a middle-aged warrior with a thin body, an expert in the seventh heaven domain layer. The elven king Lancelot's voice sounded in his ears. Of course, the elven king used a secret technique, so only Chu Tian could hear him. Chu Tian gave a slight nod and didn't say anything. But in a country like the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom, it wasn't likely for an expert of this level to appear. The Eagle Emperor himself was only in the fourth heaven domain layer, not to mention that the other side was a human. How could he be from the Spirit Beast Kingdom? The Eagle Emperor introduced, "This is the Big Dry Empire's great general." The Big Dry Emperor bestowed the title of Martial King Jing Wuing. He has appeared here today to be a fair judge for our peace treaty. The Big Dry Empire's great general? What the hell was going on? Chu Tian had just offended a country protector sage in the Western Sea, and now a great general had appeared. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Of course, perhaps it wasn't a coincidence at all. Jing Wuing looked at Chu Tian. Chu Tian felt like a raging wave hitting the shore, like a mountain flood. This fellow was trying to show off his power to father. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes without moving, but his divine sense was released, falling onto Jing Wuying's body. Jing Wuying's body slightly trembled, but he didn't show any abnormalities. Only his expression was a bit ugly. The Eagle Emperor turned a blind eye to the contest between the two of them. "All right, since both sides are here, we can start talking." Chu Tian nodded. "Let's start." The Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom was provoked by the Spider Queen Alexis, so they started a war with your alliance. Now that Alexis is dead, this king feels like this matter should be settled. I also feel the same way. The Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom has caused losses to the three kingdoms. The martial King Jing Wu-ing suddenly cut in. As the third party that was invited to mediate, he gave a suggestion to the Eagle Emperor. The Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom should compensate for the losses. The Eagle Emperor said with an expressionless face, "That's fine." Chu Tian said with a smile, "Your Majesty is too polite. This little one doesn't care about this bit of compensation." The Forest Alliance ambushed several important cities of the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom, destroying over half of the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom's food reserves, as well as inciting the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom's subsidiary countries to rebel, as well as funding all kinds of new weapons. All of this has caused large losses to the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. Although the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom was in the wrong, the Forest Alliance's actions are too excessive. Chu Tian smiled when he heard Jing Wuying's words. Then how does the Martial King think we should solve this? The Forest Alliance will immediately stop all actions against the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom and give them compensation. Chu Tian nodded. Stopping is easy as for compensation. Miracle City is the core city of the Forest Alliance, and according to what I know, they have large amounts of technology that the outside world doesn't know about. These technologies will harm the peace of the continent and the region. So I think in order to prevent another war and to show the Forest Alliance's sincerity, you should publicize these dangerous technologies and rebalance the continent. Chu Tian wasn't angry when he heard this ridiculous request. Miracle City's technology is the blood and sweat of our team. Do we have to hand it over with a single sentence from the Martial King? Miracle City cannot show their sincerity if they don't hand over their technology. Jing Wu-ing softly said, "The Big Dry Empire will not tolerate an unlimited threat appearing in their region. If you insist on doing this, the Big Dry Empire can only ally with the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom and attack Miracle City together, preventing those evil technologies from harming the continent." Chu Tian broke out in laughter like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The Eagle ruler knit his brows. "Why is Miracle City's city lord laughing? You really don't have any creativity. I was hoping for some tricks. An empire can threaten me? You're looking down on father too much." Chu Tian stood up. "All right, I've seen the Eagle ruler's sincerity. What kind of bullshit treaty is this? We can talk about it here. I'm very busy. I don't have time to talk." "Walk. Now that you've come here, can you still leave in one piece?" 10 spatial fluctuations appeared in the hall. There were actually 10 experts with innate spatial energy that suddenly appeared in the hall. Each one of them released a powerful spatial energy that instantly disturbed the space around them. "I know you have a spatial scroll that can teleport," Jing Wu-ing coldly said. "So I specially brought 10 innate spatial energy experts from the Big Dry Empire. Now that this space has been disturbed, no spatial manipulation can be done unless one has a spatial energy cultivation no lower than the heaven domain realm. It's a pity you don't have one." Chu Tian rubbed his chin. "Although it doesn't have any creativity, you've done your homework to deal with me. Relax." Jing Wu-ing revealed a cold smile. "You're a treasure now. I won't harm your life. At most I'll cripple you. After all, the Big Dry Empire needs your knowledge." Chu Tian spread out his hand. "If you really have this ability, then give it a try." The sword at Jing Wu-ying's waist was pulled out. This moment gave people the feeling that it wasn't a sword being pulled out, but rather a mountain range or a river being pulled out. An incomparably large sword chi instantly swept across the Mammoth Palace, passing through the 10 layers of mammoth bone walls before finally flying into the sky. Such a strong sword chi. Chu Tian stood in place without moving. He just looked at Jing Wu-ing with a cold smile. "It's a pity it's not enough to injure me." Jing Wu-ying's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. When the sword chi swept over, a figure beside Chu Tian suddenly reached out a staff to block it. That's right. With just a casual block, the sword chi was pushed away and bounced off in a different direction. Jing Wu-ing revealed a look of disbelief. Even in the Big Dry Empire, the only people that could block his sword chi would be an unrivaled expert, like the Big Dry Emperor. Could he have met an expert that could compare to the Big Dry Emperor? "Nidhogg, I'll leave the Eagle ruler to you." The Elven King, Lancelot, calmly took a step forward. "Leave this martial king to me." Deathwing was a bit dissatisfied. "This isn't challenging at all." Chu Tian said from the side, "You too, can you move a bit faster? This is someone else's headquarters, after all. I think that in less than 5 minutes, you'll be surrounded by hundreds of thousands of troops." The Eagle ruler and Jing Wu-ing were both stunned. Chu Tian did not place them in his eyes at all. Jing Wu-ing gave an angry roar and shot out from his position, slashing at Lancelot with his treasure sword. Lancelot did not make any movements, but his staff released a green light that instantly formed a large net. When Jing Wu-ying's invincible sword chi fell into the net, it was completely absorbed. This net wildly grew after absorbing Jing Wu-ying's sword chi, shooting out countless branches that covered the entire main hall, binding the divine eagle guards that were prepared to make a move. The Elven King casually waved his hand, and a green light erupted, sending Jing Wu-ing flying. The Elven King was in the 7th heaven domain layer, and the scepter in his hand could increase the Elven King's strength, so this Jing Wu-ing was not his match at all. On the other side, Deathwing directly attacked the Eagle ruler. Chu Tian was not idle as he suddenly clasped his hands together. A 9-eyed demon god source spirit appeared above his head. Chu Tian's eyes turned purple, and purple represented his soul. A giant purple scythe, covered in runes, appeared in the nine-eyed demon god's hand. Soul harvest! Chu Tian's figure was fast to the extreme, passing by the experts with innate spatial energy. The purple scythe passed through each person's body, but it didn't harm them at all. At least their bodies and minds weren't harmed at all. Chapter 589. The 10 experts weren't weak, and they had spatial abilities. Normally, Chu Tian wouldn't have been able to easily take care of them, but they used all their energy to interfere with space and didn't leave any energy for themselves to escape. Even if they sensed danger approaching, they didn't have the ability to escape. These people never thought that in front of one of the peak experts of the Big Dry Empire, the Martial King, Chu Tian, would have the ability to attack them. Chu Tian's move was very sudden. Soul attacks were different from spiritual attacks, energy attacks, and physical attacks. When the purple soul harvesting scythe was condensed, there were no energy fluctuations at all. When the soul harvesting scythe was chopped down, there was no sense of power at all. A cultivator's protective spirit energy couldn't block a soul attack. Chu Tian's scythe quickly slashed through the bodies of the 10 spatial experts. Although these spatial experts didn't have any injuries, their souls were completely absorbed by Chu Tian's source spirit. Innate spatial experts were very precious, so when Chu Tian absorbed their souls, his spatial energy increased. They were all killed. How precious were innate spatial experts! The Big Dry Empire had thousands of years of history and could find quite a few innate spatial experts, but it wasn't easy to raise them to this high level. They were definitely national treasures. Now that they had been taken care of in front of the Martial King, how could the Martial King be in a good mood? Bastard! Jing Wuying revealed a terrifying killing intent. With a so sound, the sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. Shadowless sword array. The sword disappeared. The entire hall was covered in sword chi. It was like there were tens of thousands of invisible swords that were quickly flying around. The terrifying sword chi formed a giant sword array that sealed off the space. Everything in this sword array became Jing Wuying's prey. Chu Tian had become the most important prey. Your opponent is me. It's rude to be distracted like this. Lancelot revealed a gentle and elegant smile. While Jing Wuying released the sword array, his scepter stabbed into the ground, and the tip pierced into the floor, causing a green light to spread in all directions. Wherever it went, the floor would shatter and countless green plants wildly sprayed out from the ground like a fountain. World of trees descend. The Elven King used a secret technique that could only be used by the Elven Kings. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The area covered by the plants became wider and wider, covering Jing Wuying's sword array in a rough manner. If one looked at the Eagle Burial King City from the sky, they would be shocked to find that the majestic mammoth royal palace had suddenly exploded. Of course, what triggered the explosion wasn't flames or shock waves, but thousands of towering trees, as well as countless vines, shrubs, and weeds. In less than 10 seconds, Lancelot appeared in the center of King City, in a forest full of natural and primitive scenery. The forest was not as simple as a forest. Every tree, every vine, every blade of grass actually contained energy. They were a part of this giant array. When this array was activated, they would wildly attack all the enemies that Lancelot had marked out. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's army came to help, but they were blocked by the tree array, so they had no chance of entering at all. Lancelot had borrowed the power of the nature scepter to unleash this attack. However, it could also be seen that Lancelot was very powerful. He possessed the innate talent of time, which was 1 in a billion. Additionally, he could perfectly display the power of the sacred artifact, the nature scepter. The only elven king in history was Lancelot. The current #1 expert in the Forest of Chaos was Lancelot. Jing Wuying was attacked by countless vines and giant tree warriors. Even with his strength, it was hard for him to escape Lancelot's attacks in a short period of time. Lancelot casually dealt with the big, dry Martial King like he was taking a stroll, while saying to the Dragon Lord not far away, "Nidhogg, are you still not done?" The Dragon Lord was very strong. Even if it was Alexis with a higher cultivation, wasn't he still easily defeated by the Dragon Lord? The Eagle Ruler's strength was not on the same level as Alexis. The Dragon Lord was shocked by Lancelot's methods. He never thought that the Elven King would be this strong, so he was a bit absent-minded. The Eagle Ruler found that he had made a mistake. The big, dry Martial King could sit back and relax after inviting him. This fellow was looking down on the Forest Alliance's strength too much. The big, dry Martial King was around the same level as the Spider Queen Alexis. How could he suppress an expert of the Forest Alliance at this level? The Eagle Ruler realized that this matter was bad and immediately prepared to use an escape technique. If he let this fellow escape, where would the Dragon Lord put his face? Deathwing Domain. The Dragon Lord released a layer of black dragon flames that surrounded them like a cage. The Eagle Ruler turned into a blood-red light as he used his escape technique to escape, but he slammed into the Black Death dragon flames. He gave a pitiful cry as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced to stop. Dragon Flame Hell. The cage formed by the Death Dragon flames suddenly shrank. Like a strong glue, it stuck to the Eagle Ruler's body, and the Eagle Ruler let out a pitiful cry. "No, no, you can't kill this king." The Eagle Burial Kingdom has millions of soldiers. Once this king dies, there will be no peace. He was still being stubborn when he was about to die. The body wrapped in dragon flames suddenly turned into a pile of black ashes, leaving behind an intact head. This was because the Eagle Emperor's head still had some value. Jing Wuying revealed a look of shock when he saw this. He waved his sword to create a path in the tree world and instantly flew into the sky. He was like an arrow that flew into the sky, instantly disappearing without a sound. "Want to run?" The Dragon Lord spread his wings to chase. "Forget it, Your Excellency Deathwing." Chu Tian stopped the Dragon Lord from chasing. "It's easy for you to kill him, but our Forest Alliance hasn't reached the point where we need to fight the big dry empire." The Dragon Lord nodded and immediately withdrew his power. This giant dragon that dominated the Forest of Chaos didn't have any temper in front of Chu Tian at all. If other people in Dragon City saw this, their jaws would fall to the ground in shock. Not only Deathwing, even Burst Claw, Thunder's Fury, and even the Elven King were very respectful to Chu Tian. This didn't mean that they were looking down on Chu Tian, but they could already see Chu Tian's future. Chu Tian would definitely be an important character on the continent in the future. If the four of them supported Chu Tian now, there would be countless benefits in the future. Lancelot asked Chu Tian for his opinion. "What do we do now?" "The Eagle Ruler must die." This result was already decided when Chu Tian left, so it wasn't a temporary decision when he came to Mammoth Palace. This was because the Eagle Ruler was too notorious, and it would be hard to unite the region if they didn't kill him, so they wouldn't be able to achieve Miracle City's goal. The Eagle Burial Kingdom can't be without a king. We need to support a new king. Lancelot agreed with Chu Tian's opinion. The Spirit Beast country has too many troops, and the Eagle Burial Kingdom's army of 10 million is a very unstable factor. Who is suitable to sit on the throne? Chu Tian was a person who cared about efficiency. He directly brought the two of them to a place near the Blood Eagle army. The three of them entered the Blood Eagle King's tent and captured the Blood Eagle King on the same day. Chu Tian didn't waste words and directly threw two paths to the Blood Eagle King, letting the Blood Eagle King choose for himself. The first was to inherit the Eagle Ruler's position, and obey the Forest Alliance's demands. Although they would lose a certain amount of freedom and expansion, the Eagle Burial Kingdom would benefit from Miracle Commerce's technology and prosper. The second was to die. There were several Eagle Kings left anyway, so Chu Tian would visit them one by one. If they didn't obey, he would kill them and then find the next one. He didn't believe that he couldn't find one that was willing to listen. This choice wasn't hard. The Eagle Burial Kingdom had no hope of dominating the continent. The Blood Eagle King didn't support the ambitions of the previous Eagle ruler, and it was because of this that he didn't get along with the Eagle ruler. Now that the Eagle ruler had been killed and the Eagle Burial Kingdom's expansion had failed, why would he resist to the end? There were benefits to giving up on resisting. Miracle City would build a shopping center, a logistics system, a communication system, and even a transport station in the Eagle Burial Kingdom in the future. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's territory, resources, and population weren't bad, so they had a chance to be reborn. The Blood Eagle King was directly sent to the Shaman Great Temple in the Savage Highlands. He had the Shaman Bishop of the Savage Highlands use witchcraft to leave a goo worm in the Blood Eagle King's body. This was just in case. Chu Tian sent the Blood Eagle King back to the Eagle Burial Kingdom. The Blood Eagle King used his prestige and reputation to finally settle the chaos in the Eagle Burial Kingdom, finally sitting on the throne of the new king. After the kingdom's crisis was resolved, Chu Tian returned to Miracle City. Meng Qingwu pointed at a giant map and said, "After the Eagle Burial Kingdom has surrendered, there are no longer any obstacles in the northern region. We will quickly restore the 14 countries destroyed by the Eagle Burial Kingdom, and I believe that within half a year there will be several small kingdoms in the north. These small countries have received Miracle City's help since they were founded. Even their armies and royal families were rebuilt by Miracle City." Feng Kaidai had just returned from touring the various countries, so she was the most clear on the situation of the countries. After these countries are rebuilt, the kings will be very respectful to Miracle City, and the citizens will be grateful to Miracle Commerce. Our plan will be unobstructed. Great. Meng Ying slapped the table and stood up. We have integrated so many countries together. In the future, communication will be unified, logistics warehouses will be built, and transmission towers will be built. That will be a super large market with a population of 10 billion. Even if the population of these countries didn't add up to 10 billion, it would still be around 8 billion. The Forest Alliance had many experts and few people, so the newly formed Kingdom Alliance could make up for this deficiency. A large population meant a large market, and Miracle Commerce could connect the resources of the various regions, allowing the entire region to prosper in a short period of time. Miracle City didn't occupy a single city or land. This kind of method could create a very stable rule. Speaking of the transport towers, we don't have enough resources right now. We can't even cover the forest of chaos, not to mention the northern countries. Chu Tian's eyes fell onto Vivian and Jean Luo sitting there. How is the outer space exploration plan going? Big Brother can be assured. I'll definitely risk my life to complete the task you've given Vivian. Now, our rocket is almost ready. Vivian was very happy when she heard this. She jumped up and heroically said, "We'll definitely be able to go into the sky this time and bring the stars back to Miracle City." Chapter 590. Jean Luo never thought that she would be participating in such a crazy plan before she came to Miracle City. When Meng Qingwu found her and Vivian and gave them the task, Jean Luo simply suspected that she was dreaming. They were actually going to build a flying machine to mine outer space. No, Jean Luo felt that even if she was dreaming, she wouldn't have this kind of imagination. After Vivian received the task, not only did she not raise any objections or feel disbelief, she even happily accepted it. In the next 20 days, the two princess beauties began to wildly work. Vivian first found her best friend, who was also the person in charge of Miracle Commerce's production and resources, Meng Yingying. With Meng Yingying's coordination, the work went much more smoothly. Just the Yun sect brought several hundred experienced scholars, and the Truman sect brought over 1,000 craftsmen from the giant mountain range. This mission that the people of the continent thought was impossible began like this. Actually, according to the information provided by Chu Tian, if they wanted to mine outer space, they needed to reach at least 50,000 kilometers. Miracle Commerce's airship could only reach 50,000 meters because, after 100,000 meters, there was an astral wind layer. This astral wind was strong enough to blow a hole in steel. The resistance of the astral wind layer was very strong. It was like piercing through layers of steel. Not only was it a large test of the flying machine's strength, it also had high energy requirements. Without enough energy, it couldn't produce enough power, and without enough power, it couldn't pierce through the astral wind layer. Wanting to go to outer space was just wishful thinking. The difference between 50,000 meters and 50,000 kilometers was 1,000 times. If Miracle Commerce wanted to mine outer space, they needed to build a flying machine that could fly 50,000 kilometers, but this was not very possible. Miracle City's most advanced flying machine was the Black Thunder Fighter, and the large battleships were still being developed. The Black Thunder Fighter's body was only SOSO, but the energy was too weak. It couldn't pierce through the astral wind layer. Therefore, they needed to change it. Chu Tian gave Vivian a solution, which was to separate the propellers from the flying machine. Since the flying machine couldn't carry that much energy, they would just build a rocket filled with energy. They would first use the rocket to push the flying machine into outer space before abandoning the rocket. There wouldn't be any resistance in outer space. This was not difficult for Miracle Commerce. This was because Miracle Commerce had long since started researching missile weapons. A rocket was nothing more than a non-lethal missile that had been magnified a few hundred times. The entire rocket blueprint was modified according to the missile, and after thousands of craftsmen researched and built it day and night, as well as scholars engraved runes, this rocket was officially completed. It was almost time for the launch. Meng Qingwu felt that sending a rocket to outer space was a matter of face, as well as a magnificent feat for humanity and a large matter for the Forest Alliance. Therefore, she specially found several dozen reporters to record it from different angles and methods, broadcasting it to the Forest Alliance and the Kingdom Alliance. After a few days of warm-up, it was over. The official launch day had finally arrived. The entire Forest Alliance, including the Kingdom Alliance, there were at least 1 billion people paying attention to this matter. Whether it was the broadcast channels or the viewing channels, the number of people watching at the same time broke a record. Miracle City wanted to ascend to the heavens. How could this not be sensational and shocking? How could it not break records? Perhaps only the Forest Alliance could do this kind of thing on the continent. Meng Qingwu specially invited Feng Kaidai to be the anchor, explaining Miracle City's plan to ascend to the heavens. At the same time, she would use this chance to expand Miracle City and Miracle Commerce's influence in the Forest Kingdom and the continent, not to mention Miracle City really wanting to ascend to the heavens. Even if the entire plan was just a gimmick, it was enough to be a hot topic on the continent. In the future, Miracle Commerce's sales could even increase by 10 times. Vivian and Jean Luo were very excited. This was because the two of them were in charge of building the rocket, and the two of them were very honored to sit on the rocket ship, having the chance to be the first people to ascend to the heavens. If this attempt succeeded, the two of them would be able to leave their mark in the history books. Was this chance something normal people could imagine? The one most pleasantly surprised was naturally Jean Luo. She never thought that she would encounter this kind of thing at all. Actually, Jean Luo didn't understand anything and didn't help much in this period of time. She had been watching from the side with a shocked heart. It was really strange that she was invited to participate in the plan, and also strange that she was sitting on the ship preparing to ascend. The Forest Alliance's propaganda campaign was too big. Not only were over 1 billion people in the forest and kingdoms paying close attention, perhaps West Sea City was also paying attention to this matter. When she thought of the over 1 million people looking forward to this matter, she felt her blood boil. If she could really sit on Miracle City's rocket and ascend to the heavens, she would be treated like a hero when she returned to West Sea City. The Mare people had lived in the sea for generations and had never gone to outer space since the birth of the race. Jean Luo was definitely the first. Vice City Lord Vivian has come out. Wah! Princess Vivian is too beautiful today. Around the rocket launch site, Miracle City citizens were already surrounding it. After all, this was a large matter. How could Miracle City's people not know about it? This was a large matter that Miracle City could be proud of. Several 100,000 citizens surrounded the area, and when they saw their hero Vivian appear, the crowd instantly boiled like an ocean. Who is that golden-haired beauty? How come I've never seen her before? Are you stupid? The news hasn't been like this for the past few days. Vivian and Jean Luo, the two beautiful princesses, are going to ascend together. Since Princess Vivian is on the side, that must be the beautiful and noble mermaid Princess Jean Luo. I'm just curious why mermaids can walk with their legs. Who told you that mermaids had to use their tails to walk? The Miracle City citizens kept arguing. The two princesses were definitely the highlight of this matter. There was no need to say anything about Vivian. She was one of Miracle City's city lords and the Eternal Forest's little princess, having power and a noble birth. She was different from Chu Tian's dragon head and tail and Meng Qingwu's high above. Although Vivian was the city lord, she always had an image of being close to the citizens, often attending various civil events. If Chu Tian was Miracle City's spiritual leader, and Meng Qingwu was Miracle City's heart and brain, then City Lord Vivian was undoubtedly Miracle City's ambassador. She was very popular in Miracle City. Jean Luo was a new face. She didn't have a position, and she had never appeared on the screen before, but the mermaid princess had a perfect figure and a noble temperament. This made her capture the hearts of countless people. The two top beauties were born noble. They were definitely the face of Miracle City. Vivian and Jean Luo placed a lot of importance on this mission, so they were dressed up beautifully. How was this an unknown, dangerous mission? It was simply like they were preparing to walk the red carpet. Of course, Chu Tian wouldn't let the two of them be in danger, so he had prepared transport scrolls. If the rocket failed or something else happened, at least the two of them could be transported back. Feng Kaidai held the microphone as she walked in front of the two of them. You are about to step on the road to outer space. There are over 1 billion people watching the live broadcast right now. Do you have anything you want to say to everyone? After saying this, Feng Kaidai gave the microphone to Jean Luo. Ah, Jean, Luo never thought it would be like this. Several reporters pointed their cameras at her, and when she thought of how her every word and expression would be broadcast to every corner of the forest, even to the human and spirit beast kingdoms, she instantly felt like she was walking on pins and needles. Vivian saw that Jean Luo couldn't say anything for a long time, so she immediately took the microphone and proudly stuck out her chest. She was someone who had seen the world now, so she didn't have stage fright in front of this situation. She immediately said, "First, I want to thank my most respected, worshipped, and favorite big brother Chu Tian. It was him who made all of this possible, and it was him who created miracle commerce. Next, I want to thank the intelligent and capable big sister Meng Qingwu for giving me this chance, as well as my best friend Meng Yingying for helping me create the rocket. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be the glory that big sister Jean Luo and I have today. Miracle Commerce is a great company, and the Forest Alliance is also a great. Vivian spoke for several minutes, praising Miracle Commerce and the Forest Alliance to the skies. She also mentioned the Miracle Shopping Center, the Elven Bank, and etc. This could be considered a few advertisement placements. There were over 1 billion people paying attention, and it would be even more widespread in the future. The effect of this advertisement was very strong. When the Elven City Lord and the elves heard Vivian mention the Elven Bank and even mention the most important companies of the Elven race, their faces lit up with joy. They all praised Lancelot for having a good daughter. These seemingly casual words were filled with endless contributions to the Elven race. Fong Kai-dai felt that Vivian spoke too much. She gave Vivian a look, and Vivian immediately understood. This is all I want to say, thank you. City Lord Vivian's speech was too great. Everyone applauded. Fong Kai-dai took back the microphone and said to the camera, "It is time to launch. Let us witness this historic moment together." Vivian led Jean Luo into the control cabin of the airship. This control cabin wasn't much different from the Black Thunder Fighter, and the airship itself was just a special version of the Black Thunder Fighter. There wasn't much difference in the overall structure. The cabin door closed. Smart Brain examined the rocket and didn't find any problems. The rocket will ignite in 10 seconds. Everyone start the countdown with me. Fong Kai-dai was a bit excited as she looked at the launch pad in the valley. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The rocket was 50 meters tall, and it was completely black. It was covered in runes, and the words Miracle Commerce were written on it. When the countdown reached the end, there was an explosion coming from the bottom of the rocket, and a large amount of light blue flames shot out. The rocket was pushed by a large force, and it quickly flew into the sky. Instantly, inside and outside the valley, the entire forest and the various cities of the kingdom all cheered.